Hello there, everybody. Welcome. What's up? How you doing?
Hello. Welcome to the Castle Super Beast podcast. This is a good podcast that you can listen to with your ears.
I think it's all right. I think it's a good time filler. It does its job. It fills for time. It gets you through your workday.
I used to listen to better podcasts, but then they became worse than this podcast. So now I feel confident saying this is the best podcast.
No, I'm still listening.
I've heard.
I'm still listening to better ones, but
oh, are you?
At the very least, yeah. But at the very least, like, this is serviceable. I'll say this, like, I like listening to better and funnier podcasts, but we're funny, but we also talk about like video games, so I think that's all right.
True,
because the funniest podcasts I listen to do not know shit about video games.
Does that mean video games aren't funny?
No, they can be, but no one else is. That's not true. A lot of people are doing it, but I'm not. But I think we're all right at doing that. Because
the only thing I can think of that would be on a funnier podcast is listening to somebody talk about how they blew tens of thousands of dollars trying to get good at Quake 3, and they didn't get good at Quake 3.
Yeah, I mean, let's be real. Like, I think what we're going to have is a lot of funny takes on Bean Dad from different podcasts this week.
Man.
I think there's going to be a lot of, good bits that come from that. It's the internet topic. You see, it's landing on the flavor agnostic page of the internet news.
I love Bean Dad so much.
Yeah, man, totally. It's a great story. The deeper you dive, the further into the can of beans. It's great.
And turns.
So, but that's what I'm saying. So Bean Dad, you're going to get a bunch of different takes from Bean Dad across different podcasts, some of which will be goddamn hilarious because, fucking professional comedians and shit will be chiming in on that. And that's not what you're getting
like
here.
You and me?
No,
you mean
that's
like
not
us?
what you're getting here.
No, I'm a professional.
What you will get here at the very minimum that I can assure you is you will get some form of dumb reference to a video game you might have played sometime, or even an anime or a manga, possibly an obscure TV show that'll make a comparison to Bean Dad, and then with that thing that you recognize and then the new current flavor, we create some form of like back and forth, and we break it down into a way that you go, all right, now what comes next? You compare the secondary character, like the daughter, and then the other secondary thing in the comparison, and then the joke goes.
Wooly, are you doing this on purpose? Did you woke up relatively recently, I assume?
No, I've been up for a little bit.
Because I don't know how much you check my personal Twitter, but I was talking about like all sorts of shit all day because I've been up since 1 a.m. And like the fact that you crowbarred in, oh man, there'll be a reference to some obscure video game thing. I had like this massive thread that I posted this morning.
Okay.
Over like how video game shit is, there's too much now.
Mm-hmm.
There's too much video game now. And I used the example of Silent Bomber because I remember we were talking about fucking Bomberman Act Zero like 2 years ago on the podcast. And I said to you, man, you know what they should have done? They should have just made Silent Bomber again. Because fuck yeah, Silent Bomber. But like, that's a pseudo-obscure PS1 Konami video game that didn't sell very well.
Yeah.
So like, some of the people watching this, like, in fact, a lot of people watching or listening to this, were born after that game came out.
Yeah.
And a bunch just didn't play it.
Yeah.
How valuable is that obscure reference when nobody knows the fuck I'm talking about?
Not very. But it's just another one of those things that you sit on top of, and you know that you have it there waiting to drop in case, I don't know, something remotely tangentially related to the topic comes up. And if someone does know it, they're going to be like, oh man, that shit's hilarious. That was for nobody. But you also get to flex something that you've been sitting on because you just want to talk about Silent Bomber.
You guys should check out Silent Bomber. It's really good.
I have tons of random shit floating around that I'm like, at a drop of a hat, I want to talk. Give me a reason to talk about Dolphin Blue, and I'll tell everybody to go check out Dolphin Blue.
I gotta be real. I don't know what that is.
Exactly. That's my point. I don't know what Silent Bomber is really either. So.
Oh, it's great.
But this is where we're at. Give me a reason to tell everybody to check out Hybrid Haven or Radiant Silvergun.
No one wants to talk about that. No one, come on.
Whatever. Like it's just, we can just throw things that are good out there that are old. It doesn't really get us anywhere, but here we are.
They don't even have to be good. No one knows.
But the point is, it's not about that, but it's more so that I remember when I was talking to, I had a series of conversations with Min. I remember when we were breaking down, like, literally how our humor works and how it has, like, come about over years of this type of thing, over years of playing games and podcasting and shit. And I remember, like, I was like, there is a fundamental disconnect in what is making you laugh and what is making me laugh, and in how we can play with ideas and concepts here. And I'm like, to just water it all the fuck down, it's take current thing in front of me on television or in lap. Grab slightly related, similar subject matter from other previous media, marry the two together, create funniest combination of names and or words with these things. All right, concept has been established. Layer 2, go to the sidekick and or secondary characters of both of these properties, try to force that connection. It's even further away than the initial connection, but that makes it even funnier. And then layer 3, find something that is a plot point relating to both of these unconnected worlds and put them together and create third tier of joke, and then laugh.
You're forgetting layer 4. You're forgetting layer 4, which is find racism, add racism.
Well, that's Wooly specific flavoring.
Well, yeah, because we're talking about you right now.
Yeah. But I'm saying, but in general, the humor that has been across the channel with all of us has been this essential formula of grab thing in front of you and compare to other unrelated property that is also a game or media or anime, and then extrapolate those things together.
I like to think that I've taken a nice divergent side path into absurd self-parody.
Yes, there's that. You're on that particular kick right now. But you've always been on that kick.
I've been on that kick for like 5 years.
Yeah, you've always been on that kick. But your awareness of it and how you react to that changes a little bit of how it expresses itself.
A little bit.
Like the obvious is to, you just follow the formula of the current story, and that's how you get the unique Super Beast flavoring. So you're not going to get the best written or planned material about Bean Dad, but you're gonna get well, people are already on top of that basic idea, and we've retweeted them. So hey, look,
I don't have a hot new Bean Dad. I could tell you that Gene Park fucking ruined the Bean Dad jokes for everyone because he posted fucking Gendo Ikari with a fucking can opener.
So that's the obvious. End. No, it's not.
The end.
No, it's not. No, it's not. So that's a great one, but equally strong is the one that I retweeted, which was Kreia going, "What did you accomplish by not opening this can? What did you accomplish? Was anything achieved by putting the can on the fucking table and walking away from it?"
How do you feel about Tem Ray, like, working on some bullshit and telling your 14-year-old son, just read the Gundam manual. Just read the manual for the Gundam. You can do it. You know, do it, Amuro.
So then now you go, all right, cool. It's that simple, right? You got your Kreia to Bean Dad, and you got your Gendo to Bean Dad, and then all you got to do is just keep that little fucking train going for a couple segments, and then call it an intro.
But Wooly, that's level 1 Bean Dad.
It is.
How do we How do we get to level 2? That's right, the Castle Super Beast flavoring. Add racism. Now we're at level 2, Bean Dad. Do you know why you can't open that can? Because the Jews are stopping you. Oh no, Bean Dad, no!
Strap 3 Jedi to a chair and force feed them beans until they die. Just walk up in that room with a big old fucking tube of beans on your back and just force feed 3 Jedi strapped to a chair until they can no longer eat beans and they die. And when they die with beans, and when they die from beans, they die outside of the Force.
All right, so I'm gonna roll this back a little bit because a lot of people are very confused by that thing I so happily blurted out. The funnest part about the Bean Dad story was that it was the fastest I saw the escalation of Milkshake Duck ever. I'm sure everybody knows what Milkshake Duck. If you don't know what it is, just look it up. Which was, man, this Bean Dad guy is laughing at his kid for 6 hours trying to open up some beans. Oh, man. What's up with that guy? He seems like a jerk. And then you, like, scroll down on his Twitter page, and you're like, oh, no.
All right, well, let's start here, then.
Oh, no.
Well, let's start here, because not everyone is as current savvy and status quo as we are on the internet. So we're discussing the 48-hour phenomenon at this point. It's been about 48 hours since it's come to light.
I feel like it's been less, but yeah.
Yeah, but it's hot and it's fresh, and if you haven't heard the story, it's because it's hot and it's fresh and you haven't caught on yet. But this is how we
it's hot and
propagate
fresh
it.
beans. That's right, yeah.
So this is a story with a thread on Twitter where the main character of Twitter on Sunday, January the 3rd, was Bean Dad, a man who told a story in no fewer than perhaps 30 tweets about how his daughter came up to him asking him to open a can of beans so she could eat them. And then he kind of just went, well, why don't you go open the beans yourself? And then he realized he never taught her how. And then she was like, I don't know how. And then he had a boner at the teaching moment that he could get out of this.
And described basically in 30 tweets how he didn't teach her how to open it.
Yep. He basically just got off on his own magical parental moment that he could have here, as he affectionately referred to himself as Apocalypse Dad, and went on to essentially torture the child by not providing the beans. And then at the end, essentially, he was like, 6 hours later and many tears later, she opened the can, but not after he essentially she gave up. And then he threatened, no one in this house eats until you get that can of beans open. So it just catalogs a series of insane parental choices as these responsible challenges presented to the child, and then pats himself on the back. And then everyone went, you're fucking insane. And then he disappeared.
Your mom or
but
dad
not
ever
before.
teach you how to use a can opener?
Yeah, at some point.
My mom taught me how to open a can using a can opener.
Mm-hmm.
I said, Ma, I don't know how to open this. She said, okay, cool. Here's what you do. She showed me on can number 1. And she said, okay, next time do that.
Mm-hmm.
It's a 45-second process.
Now hold on a second there, right? Let's not necessarily eliminate the idea that you can have fun teaching moments, right?
Oh, sure.
Let's say you wanted to take that and go like, hey, there's something fun about the idea of seeing if you could figure out what to do in a emergency situation, how to get this can open, right? So, I don't know. How about if you wanted to play a little game, you go, hey, kid, why don't you take a crack at this, right? I'll give you 3 tries to figure this out. And if you get it in 3 tries, you'll get double your allowance this week, or you'll get some extra game time, or some other form of positive incentive. And if you don't figure it out, then your life continues to be normal.
And I'll just show you how to open a can of fucking beans.
And then you don't starve and get mad for 6 hours and then, like, actually say, I hate you. And then I go, ah, ha, 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 ha. Like, how about positive reinforcement or making a game out of the bonus thing of the lesson you want to learn? And if it doesn't occur, then normal life continues. How about looking at it from that point of view instead of go to the dungeon if you can't get your beans out?
Also, I have there's so much depth. There's delicious depth to this. Like, everybody's talking about, like, the kids just want the beans. But, well, when you were 9 and you were hungry for a snack, did you go to the fucking kitchen and be like, well, time to eat some beans?
No, I don't think I did.
That's a little off, right?
It's a little off, just a little bit.
It feels like the only food in the house is beans.
In fact, the Bean Dad did confirm that the cupboards were bare. So, yes, the only food in the house was beans, which he then decided to Heihachi off of a cliff so that his daughter could get down there and retrieve them.
That's great.
Well,
the
fun step, of course, is then, this guy deletes his Twitter or whatever, but,
he deleted his Twitter because everybody found out about the Illuminati that he was onto, and
in the end, it made it very hard to find the thread. But his Twitter got deleted, but not before people were able to find a series of tweets talking about what should be done to the Jews and about the N-word problem and various other forms of racial opinionated tweets, and in some cases ironic, quote unquote.
The one that really got me, which was something along like "can't have any fun because of the Jews" or something like that. It was just like, they're ruining my fun.
Yeah, I believe hashtag shooter knocked was used in one of them. So,
and then in what might be the shittiest attempt at a save I have ever seen, his co-host on his podcast, because of course he has a podcast. Everybody has a podcast. Hello, welcome to our podcast. Ken Jennings, the guy from Jeopardy, goes, I know him really well, and it's crazy. On our podcast, he always just talks about how much he loves Israel. It's like
the guy. Is that like the guy who says the announcing in the beginning?
No, Ken Jennings is like the all-time Super World Jeopardy champ.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And he was the guy who was in the running to be a possible Jeopardy host. Oh. And then people were like, "Well, how's his character?" And then they started going through his tweets, and they were like, "No, not you, Ken. No."
So is that where the blue check came from?
Yes. Apparently he did. I'm not familiar with the podcast, but apparently Bean Dad also wrote like a very popular song that was used by a much bigger and more popular podcast than ours, that was then immediately removed from that podcast within like 10 minutes of this whole fucking thing. Yeah. So just scorched earth for Beans.
Look, Beans need all the PR help they can get.
Oh, that's why he loves Israel. Because, according to Bean Dad, the United States is a de facto white ethno-state.
Yes.
That's why.
Correct.
Therefore, Israel's how you're supposed to do it. Yes. Keep them all over there, said Bean Dad. These are quotes. These are quotes, people.
You know, the best part about your de facto ethno-state is when you forcibly make it not an ethno-state by dragging people from a different ethno over to your state.
That's different.
It's almost like if you wanted an ethno-state to be pure, you wouldn't muddy it up by grabbing other ethnos and forcibly dragging them into your state. Maybe you should have not forcibly dragged them into your state if you wanted it to be pure. Have you considered the consequences of that?
I don't want to do the stuff.
Well, you know, hey. I'm just saying. You could have had it, but you chose not to have it. So, what are we going to do here? You're going to sit there and you're going to eat your fucking beans. That's what you're going to do.
That kid's fucked.
Yeah, there was some great there was some really great like memes that flew out of this, obviously. And one of the good ones was the astronaut gun shot where like the astronaut was just staring at all the issues this child will have as a result of this, not trusting, never wanting to ask for help, lashing out, lying instead of asking for help, lashing out when feeling inferior, just like over the ordeal of, again, these 30 tweets, you just line up how all of these pool balls, when you break all the fucking pool balls just go scattering into different pockets.
And let's not even including like in high school, like, wait, isn't your dad the bean racist?
Well, this is the thing now, is what is not described is how many of these tweets were uttered out loud around the child that have been internalized at this point. Hey, man,
if you feel ballsy enough to cry out for the pure white ethno-state in a forum as public as Twitter, who knows what kind of shit is going on in the privacy of your own fucking house? Oh, man. Oh.
Yeah. So that's exactly it. Are we already dealing with a situation where, you know, I don't know. It's just Prussian blue existed once upon a time. Okay.
What do you mean once upon a time? That's a good radiation treatment.
Prussian blue?
Wait, I'm thinking of the wrong thing.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of a drug that helps cure radiation poisoning.
No.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the twin sisters that were basically raised to be Nazi pop stars.
Can I type this into Google?
You can. They're not a thing anymore. They're not a thing anymore, but once upon a time some psycho crazy Nazi parents raised their kids to be pop star girls that were basically singing about their you know, 1488, etc. And they, I believe, grew up and eventually left that behind and went like, yeah, we were basically brainwashed into becoming that. But until that point in time, they represented some of the most fucked up, like, this is what a parent can do to a child when they want to turn them into like fucking crazy X copies of themselves.
Oh, would you look at that? The real Prussian blue is, in fact, a synthetic modern pigment, and it is, in fact, orally administered as an antidote for certain kinds of poison.
Yeah.
Well, that's where that name came from.
So it's kind of like like Love Live with more cross burnings.
With the Hitler.
Yep. A little bit like that. Anyway,
you know,
so
I bet,
this time around, Wooly did not bring up the racism. It entered the story organically.
Yes, like beans. I bet a lot of people were sitting around going, I wonder what they're going to talk about this week. And Prussian blue in the ethno state was not on the docket for the first 30 minutes of today's podcast.
It's always on the docket up here, but that's besides the point. I like I said, it's not everywhere you're gonna get your Bean Dad comparison to Kreia and Gendo, but
that shit escalated so fast.
But doesn't it actually just make perfect sense that this is like, these are the conclusions that come in on step 9. Why wouldn't your step 2 moments be full of danger signs?
Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah, totally.
Warning, no refuge.
Well, this personality type seems like the kind of person to be a massive ass. Ah, there it is. There it is. There it is. So aside from bean race shenanigans,
You know what?
What do you been up to with your week, man?
Not a fan of beans.
Beans are okay. I used to have a violent distaste of beans as a child.
So did I. I used to hate them, right?
If they were in my food, I would spit the whole food out.
Yep. I have since tasted a good usage of beans, and
you can have a good green bean or a red kidney bean.
But like, it's like when the sauce is basically just honey and syrup, and like, you know, sometimes there's like pork chunks in there, or if it's a good beans mixed in with chili, then that's fine. That's totally good. That's delicious shit. But you kind of have to mask the bean as an ingredient in other stuff in a way. Just beans out on their own never really did it for me as a kid. Wasn't too much of a fan.
So you wouldn't have fought with a can for 6 hours for beans?
No, I really, really would not have. I would have.
What if you were really hungry?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I'm the kind of stubborn kid that if I was told like no beans, no food, I would have seen how far that was willing to go.
Mm-hmm. That'd be interesting too. That'd be interesting too. Although there was a burrito place where when they put the refried beans in the chimichanga, it was like, yo, wild flavor included. Refried beans, basically. It's good. Anyway, yeah. So that was how the main character of Twitter fell on the first Sunday of the new year. And
I was like sun up to sun down. That was just
God bless. Starting the year off strong with that fucking landmine. But yeah, I guess I had a week. There was a lot of things that I did between then and now. So first and foremost, I want to call everyone's attention to the new hotness that is Tough Love Arena. Tough Love Arena is a fighting game.
What?
And there are
what? Really?
It is, surprisingly.
Get the fuck out of here. We're talking about a fighting game. Get out.
It's kind of crazy. But here are a number of things that I love about Tough Love Arena. 1, it runs in your browser on anything, on any device. 2, it supports controllers. 3, even if you play on mobile, it's still fine, and it still connects to the same matches as people who are playing on their desktop. So it is free to play. You jump on the browser, you go to toughlovearena.com, and the game just runs. That's it. 4, it has rollback. It has netcode on the browser game. You play with other people right there. 5, there is a great series of tutorials that walk you through each thing that the character that you want to play as can do. Doesn't take too long. Takes about, 2-3 minutes to do them. And you just break down, here's this button. This button's pretty good at doing this. You're probably going to press it the most often, but be warned that if you mess up, this might happen to you. All right, here's this move. It's great at doing that. Use it sparingly because if you do mess up, this might happen. It just gives you all that in a really concise and great form. And then its basically style is going after the sketchbook, Trapper Keeper high school design of School of Design, where you kind of have these figures that are just, they're silhouettes with colors and a couple of traits here and there. They're all named after ingredients. So there's beef, pork, onion, etc. All these characters basically just serve as, the quote-unquote functions that you would expect to see of a zoner, a hefty, a grappler, etc. But it's just so really easy to pick up and play. It's really fun. It works. And when I played it, the beta came out a couple days ago, and when I started playing this, they've been updating it like twice a day, perhaps, maybe more, since the launch. So they're taking feedback actively, and then a couple times I'd be going to play a match, and then it'd be like, oh, please refresh your browser, a new version's been updated, you know? And they're just tweaking, fixing bugs, doing things. There's still a couple of bugs, especially with controller. There's some stuff that happens, and I had one or two matches of rollback where the person I had a connection with was just like awful, super unplayable, but
out of fucking space.
Yeah, but like I will say that, you know, outside of that one person, every other match I've played has been really fun. The game's really great. It's a lot of just simple understanding to a cast of characters. There's right now 6. There's basically like almost like 2 variations to each. So there's 3 characters, and then they have same normals, and 2 out of 3 specials are different between them.
Mm-hmm.
It's got bursting. It's got like Roman cancels, essentially the equivalent, but it explains all of it. It's got a love meter, you know, and the way you can spend that love meter is by either getting people off of you when you're getting comboed, or canceling out of whatever you're currently doing to do something else really fast, you know.
But does it have cute anime boys and girls?
If you want them to be, the silhouettes can be whatever your brain says.
I don't believe you. I just watched footage of it.
I'm pretty sure that Pork has some cute bunny ears on, and those cute bunny ears constitute Pork as a cute anime.
No, not cute enough. Dead next week. Not cute enough.
Well, I mean, you say what you say, but in any case, I want everybody to know about Tough Love Arena. Go check it out. It's a fun little fighting game project, and I love the way that you play it on whatever you have in front of you, and it just works. And I played a couple matches, like more than a couple actually, just on my phone, and like it was totally fine, you know. And there was times when I was like, yeah, I'm over on this side of the house. I'm not in front of my computer. I'll just play on my phone for now. Got a couple matches in. Saw some people putting some combo videos up. Sonic Fox tweeted out some fun stuff right away. They went in with like one of these characters that has a lot of normals and like a whole set of like strings that you can mix up and things like that. So people are already like getting into, you know, it on that level, and it's just the easiest thing to pick up and play. So yeah, go take a look at it. You got nothing to lose but a couple minutes of your time, and you might like it. I think it's cute and fun. It's clearly one of these projects. Go ahead.
It's become so increasingly infuriating that, and this is not a disparaging term, but like when I say cheap, but I mean like low budget, lower and lower budget fighting games keep coming out that have better and better online.
Oh yeah,
like
it rules.
It is great. Becoming like, but it is both laudable and like just increasingly embarrassing.
Yeah, you know, I don't even care anymore. They'll catch up or they won't. Doesn't matter. This game's great. It's here, and it's really fun. I like the fact that the characters are, you know, they're simple in their design, and I can see that like whoever is putting this together, the team are people that they know fighting games pretty well. They understand, you know, what makes a character fun, and they understand like how to kind of tell people about, you know, what's fun about this character while also letting them know where the weak sides are, and then they just give them the bare essentials, you know. So yeah, give that a peep when you get a chance. Play 1 or 2 rounds of it. I guarantee, you know, if you've got any love for that sort of genre in you, you'll probably dig it. That's toughlovearena.com. So that's what I did. The other thing I did was I finally got to sit down and finish off Senua's Sacrifice, Hellblade. That had been sitting.
We played that a million years ago.
Touched it, but never actually got to beat it.
What do you think?
Yeah, I thought it was great. I liked a lot of what it was doing very interesting narratively. The main reason why it took me so long to get around to this is because I was playing it with Punch Mom, and stuff that we play together, sometimes it takes a while to get back around to it. And in this case, we were also like set up with incorrect expectations. So Hellblade is I talked about it before, but it's like simple combat, really, really, but it works. You know, it's basically Ninja Theory sticking to their strengths, and they have a great narrative. They've got a character who is essentially dealing with schizophrenia in like Viking era times, and you've got
uses audio really well.
It does, and it makes use of that in a really interesting way as the story goes on. And you know, it's kind of simple in that it's like, hey, she's got the head of her lover, and she's going into hell to try and bring him back. And so, yeah, you kind of just go on this journey. It makes amazing use of that audio. It does a really good job with the voice acting. It does some really experimental stuff with performance capture cross live action. So there's scenes where there's people that are filtered live action behind her while she is doing facial capture, and the lighting is kind of trying to mix the two together. And some scenes it works, some scenes it doesn't, but it never catastrophically fails. Like, at worst, it's like a little bit awkward of how this live action scene is presented right behind this, right behind her. But yeah, it's a really again, for looking at Ninja Theory's strengths, you know, I look at that as like, this is their best game. My only thing, and it's not the fault of the game, but I feel like it's just because I don't remember where, but I was told that this is a one long sitting game, right? And so we popped it in thinking it was going to be one long sitting, and it's absolutely not one long sitting. I mean, it theoretically could be, but in the sense that you're like, well, we'll play it for 3-4 hours, you know, that'll be fine. And it's like, nah, not really. You go to the how long to beat on it.
7 to 9, yeah.
How long to beat says 7 to 9. But if you're taking the time to do these puzzles that you have to figure out before you actually, like, if you're doing the puzzles instantly because you know what to do, then yeah, you'll get that streamlined time, perhaps even faster. And if you're skipping over lines of dialogue, which there's tons to listen to, if you're skipping over story and little bits like that, then yeah, you can speed through it. I've seen long plays of that are about like 5.5 hours of people just kind of like, you know, blitzing through it. But if you are playing this for the first time, stopping to listen to every detail, figuring out the puzzles organically, you're not getting out of there in under 10, you know? It takes a couple sittings to do. So I think we kind of kept having that Persona problem of expecting it to end a lot sooner than it was trying to. But it didn't help that the game is also presented in a way where you think it's building up to an ending when you're at the 25% mark. And then you think it's building up to an ending when you hit the 50, and then again at the 75, you know? Admittedly, around 50 to 75, you kind of realize that, like, no, there's a clear point that there's a clear confrontation that needs to occur before we're going to hit the credits on this. So you can kind of like assess, all right, until I start seeing signs of that, I'm not really going to think this is wrapping up. But yeah, I think that, like, I guess if we're talking about one sitting, there's a difference between one personal sitting of a person if you on your own are going to sit there and play the game for 10 hours that day, then yeah, I guess so. But if you're sitting with someone else and you're playing it like together, you're not going to do that necessarily. One sitting together is not the same as one sitting personally in our binge culture, you know? So that little wrinkle aside, and again, not the fault of the game, just the fault of the information I was given, which I can't specify where I got that from at this point. it's great. It's great, and I kind of look at that, and I think something that they talked about in the making of was that the move list is set from the moment you start the game. There's nothing to unlock or progress to get. You just have to learn it and master it. And yeah, they you know, I feel like it does a really it does a really good job showing off the types of stories that I think Ninja Theory should stick to.
No, you're right. You're right.
Ninja Story. I think it does a great job. And you know, when you kind of look at like these like strong character driven original world, not necessarily coming into it with expectations like with Devil May Cry, for example, just building a unique thing and going forward with it disconnected from everything else, even though the name is a reference to Heavenly Sword in sort of a pun-like way, but it's an antonym of it or whatever. Yeah, it ends up being its own unique thing, and that's what's best, you know. I really like that. Hellblade
Coming out
said
with a second one. I wonder if it'll be a different format.
What if there's a second one?
Yeah, they announced it.
They did. 6
months ago, a year ago.
Yeah. You know, you're
time is weird now.
Yeah, we'll see. Sure. You could, you know, you could tell more stories there. It works. It can work. So that's another thing. Third, I basically was getting tired of switching over between the XX and the PS5. So I just installed DMC5 Special Edition on the PS5, and I'm basically trying to re-unlock my stuff. You know, so I'm like, whatever, keep one thing plugged in and just preserve my progress there and not have to do the back and forth. So yeah, restarted on PS5, and it's really interesting. So you were talking about getting frame rate issues on LDK on PS5, right?
Yeah, there's certain things you can do.
Okay. I didn't encounter a ton of frame rate issues, again, with the performance mode, I believe, on. But I did, because it lets you switch between off or like performance or just like full ray tracing, and then it has high frame rate or not. But what I did notice is, for some reason, my game is soft crashing every 30 to 40 minutes.
Oh, that's super great.
It's doing this really weird thing, and it's not like it's unupdated. It's the full. I might have to just go reinstall and see what's going on, but multiple times, you know, in some cases it was once per stage almost. Like every little while, a soft crash would occur, and it's a new type of crash. What happens is you're in the middle of combat, and the game pauses itself, flickers to black, and then flickers back, and then drops out to the cross media bar type of thing, and then an error message occurs saying, yeah, some fatal error has occurred in the software or whatever. Send your report to Sony.
Yeah, send your bullshit report, yeah.
And then you go, whatever, sure, you prompt through that, and then it spits you back out to a cross media bar, and then you resume the game, and the game is still running, and it's just paused where it auto-paused. Like, it just picks up exactly where it left off, as if nothing went wrong.
That's really weird.
Insanely weird. First time I've ever seen it. It essentially creates a suspense state, almost, where the game just, like, the crash occurs, but the game didn't actually crash. It just lets you pick back up mid wherever, so you just unpause it and keep playing. And so I was like, well, okay, sure, I didn't lose anything. But then you keep playing, and then it happens again, and then it happens again, and then it happens again. And then I was like, okay, well, let's close this, restart. No, all right. Check for updates, latest version. So then I was like, all right, whatever. Turn it off, come back to it. And then I came back to it, and then it happened again. So the next step, I haven't done it yet, is to reinstall the whole game. But this is a unique form of soft crash because it essentially is just a forced pause. And if it weren't for that error message, you wouldn't even know that a crash occurred.
That's really bizarre.
You've seen nothing like it, I assume.
No, nothing.
Okay.
Not even close.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's something to do with the fact that I'm running it on a diskless version. I don't know what else could be going on, but it's a very weird thing that eventually got pretty annoying. But I'm gonna go see what's going on. But I between that and what you mentioned about the frame rate stuff, like I said, I didn't run into any of these issues playing on the XX version of it. So based on those two things alone,
Virgil prefers the Xbox.
It didn't have any issues running. The only issue was the high frame rate mode on launch was not available yet, and then I think a day or two later you had to update, and then they unlocked it on the day one patch. Yeah, strange. Not too sure what's happening there. The issues I talked about with that video stuff from a while ago never returned. But that's the only other possible thing we could be looking at here, because I had some GPU issues a while ago, but ever since I did a software update, since basically did a software update after that, and then I never ran into that issue again. So fingers crossed I won't. But this is a unique thing. Not too sure.
That's unfortunate.
DMC5 with the crashes. And lastly, we watched Soul. Have you heard of Soul?
Oh, Pixar movie.
Yeah.
How is it?
Great. Really good.
Oh.
There's a lot of really fun character designs. A lot of interesting, Pixarified, proportioned characters. There's a barbershop owner that's got the right type of girth that I'm like, yeah, I want to be cartoon that. That's cool. Where it's just thick. I believe voiced by Donnell Rawlings, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, man, really good movie. Just pretty unique take on the stories about basically the afterlife in Pixar world, and they've got their own unique take on the afterlife, and really interesting choices in terms of cinematography, because I feel I haven't seen the last couple of recent Pixar movies, right? I feel like Incredibles 2 was, I think, the last one I saw. I haven't watched any of the Cars, and I didn't see Inside Out. So I don't know if this is something that kind of showed its hand before, or I didn't see Coco either. But what I found cool about this is there's essentially a way that they handle the afterlife parts of the movie, and then there's the real life parts of the movie. And it felt as if the camera in the real life parts of the movie was much more like emulating a film camera, right? Something that you don't see a ton of. I feel in other animated movies that you'd see here.
Oh yeah, you can even see it in the trailer.
Static shots. It has static shots, establishing shots that are, much more oh, this part looks like it's filmed. And then when it goes to afterlife stuff, it's back to being a Pixar movie. The camera's dynamic, it's moving, it's showing you a lot of the beautiful visuals and representing all that stuff. But when you're looking at the story, which takes place in New York, the live action, or not live action, but the real life stuff in it feels like they filmed scenes in New York. It creates a different energy
with
to
CG characters.
Yeah, to these. Yeah, it creates a different energy to those parts that like is it's cool. It's cool to have that sort of like realistic feeling to something that's you're watching an animated movie. You know, it's subtle. It's not something that you necessarily pick up on. I feel like I only picked up on it like later on in the movie, but like by the end I was like, I would love to see more movies like that, you know, where you kind of take traditional cinematography and marry it to the way that the animation is shot. Because I feel like in many cases when you go through the trouble of building a world, you want to have and animating everything in it, you're going to have a lot of sweeping I'll say like Futurama intro style establishing shots, you know? Big animated worlds will take you in a flying car through the city and weave through alleyways, and they'll have lots of movement and it'll be very lively with lots of, you know, little details to pick apart and go like, oh yeah, this is what this world is about. And like they'll choose to do that 9 times out of 10 instead of just static shot of the city, static shot of a tree, sidewalks, some people doing stuff. Okay, what's happening in this window? You know? Really good movie. I definitely would say check that out. And it makes me want to go back and check out the recent Pixar stuff that I missed out on. Because, yeah, I heard good things about like Onward and Coco and all that stuff. So I'm thinking about going back and seeing what I missed out. But, yeah, Soul, recommended. Jamie Foxx and Tina Fey do their roles. And yeah, it's fun.
I will add that to my potential list watch. That being said, I have heard some mixed things about all the Pixar movies that you skipped.
I'd say this one is in particular. It's interesting because of because of the black people. Yeah, no, because of the fact that like it kind of handles like some like life questions, you know, big like, well, it's about the afterlife, so it's obviously gonna be about life questions, but it handles it in a fairly like mature way, I'd say, that I think was like, you know, like, yeah, that's an interesting message. I like that. I kind of like what they're going with.
Well, do you think Woody would go to heaven after he was horribly burned?
If toys have souls, then sure.
No, they don't. They would just die.
And it's also strange to see a Disney Pixar movie where a character is asked, why do you sound like a middle-aged white lady? like I did not expect that to come out of this category, but here we are.
And I assume it's because it is Tina Fey.
That is correct. So yeah, go check that out. It's fun. That's pretty much going to be my week.
Oh, that's it? That was a shorter one. If you had more week to show to people, where would you do that?
I do have more week, and that can be found over at Wooly Versus on YouTube and on Twitch, where we will be continuing to push Reggie through Boletaria. He continues his adventures in Demon Souls, and some great quotes are coming through already.
Would you describe that as like hand on the shoulder, or hands on the back of both shoulders, or foot in ass when you describe push him through Boletaria?
No push whatsoever. No contact. It's go. I just say go. It's super hands off until certain moments of hands on occur. And I think there's a couple points where, based on the amount of feedback, like he's letting me know what he kind of wants, you know, with that. There are moments where people have said, "Oh, fuck you! I thought you said you're going to be hands off" and stuff like that. And then those are the only times where that comes up, where he kind of said that, like, has indicated where he wouldn't mind that, is when he's already seen the content. We've already explored the area. This is all not new, and he's approaching it for the multipleth time, and is kind of just trying to remember some core things that he might have forgotten that'll help him get through this area that he's already gotten through, in a way, or like get as far as he's already gotten. So, and this is, of course, like the part of me that goes like, well, we are recording a thing, and it's a Souls game, so failure is the part is what people are here to see. But like, there is a point where you're like, okay, he's failed a number of times here. He's clearly demonstrated that he has a grasp. There's a couple things that he knows already, but he's just forgetting right now. Those are the times when I'll step in and be like, hey, there's this thing or there's that thing.
Hey,
or,
foot in ass.
Yeah, those are the times when I'll do that. And he said essentially that, that's fine. That's helpful. I feel good. I have no problem with that. This is a Souls game, so everyone's going to have their opinions about it. I can, the feedback has come in loud and clear that more than the vast majority agree with that and are fine with it. There is a minority of people who think that's not good enough and they want even more hands off. Those people can just, I don't care. I have to invalidate a lot of opinions when we're playing a Souls game because that's the nature of playing a very popular thing. So if you don't like that, too bad. But as long as Reggie's comfortable, we're going to go this route with it. And if he's entering something brand new, unknown, I'm practically silent. If he's walking by an area that he's going to miss something with, if it's a drag to go get it again, for example, he's not there yet, but when we get to Fool's Idol, if the items behind the pillar need a full run to go get them again to pick up the baby nail, I'm going to tell him how to get it without the cutscene grabbing you, right? There's no point in wasting that kind of time. But when it comes to other things, hands off on it. I'm still deciding what to do about Yurt. I want to leave the...
Yurt's tough, man.
But Yurt is tough, but I'm thinking that Yurt gives you clues, right? Fucking hiltless asshole, Makoto fucker in Shrine of Storms, Satsuki.
Oh yeah, him, Satsuki.
He gives you no clues.
Yeah,
right.
You're like, hey, thanks. Yeah. Kill you.
Satsuki gives you no clues. But that's minimal punishment in a sense, right? Deal with it. Oh fuck, whatever, and then that is what it is. So no big deal. Yurt is pretty big, but I think that like he can make his decisions because he kind of, the game hints at what's going on a little bit. He kind of doesn't sound super trustworthy. You can make your decisions either way. What I do know is that you don't fuck up immediately by letting it go. It gives you a chance to correct it, right? So when he's freed, if he immediately sounds mad sus, and if you don't take that as a sign, and I'm thinking this is what I'm thinking, right? I might, like, if you have a better idea on this, then like let me know. I might adjust it. But I'm thinking like let him choose. But if he does get freed, you have 2 Nexus drops to notice something is up. You have bodies that appear, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm thinking that like if he is freed and he's out in the wild, I make like point Reggie towards the detail that there are corpses in the Nexus.
All right, so nothing you just said was incorrect. However, I do have to remind you, Wooly, is that when you say that Yurt is sketchy and he sounds kind of evil, he does. Your personal context for looking at Yurt and dealing with Yurt is very different than Reggie's, because when you got to Demon Souls, you had already met and dealt with Lautrec.
Yep.
The idea of an NPC coming into your game and fucking your shit up, had already been presented to you as a possibility.
Yeah.
The reason why Yurt or Lautrec or whoever the fuck it is and whatever gets people so bad is because that, like, it feels like that breaks the rules.
It kind of does,
the way video games work.
Here's the other thing. I not only had that, but before I even started the game, well before, because people can't control themselves, they effectively already let me know that Demons had an NPC that would run around and kill everybody in it. Like, that part.
I told you that in the Dark Souls playthrough.
No, but what I'm saying is, before we started, I had heard about that. And if you go back to that moment, I bring up the part where I go, so by the way, everybody, unfortunately, I already kind of know about this. Right? So, that was not something that was organic in that moment, not only because of Lautrec, but because of specifically me being told about the fact that Demons has this type of thing. Now, Reggie coming in this first time, you can let him sink and swim. But like, you have to consider, like, is it a difficulty to overcome, or is it a game fucker?
I think you should let him go as he will, right up until the point where it's about to really fuck some shit up.
Yeah,
because Lautrec inconveniences you. Like, Yurt does damage to your fucking save file.
Well, this is what I'm gonna say. Like, if, like, it's like LOL LP funsies, but if Stockpile Thomas gets killed, that's a massive problem for the video game and for the progression of
Stockpile Thomas doesn't get killed.
He doesn't get hunted by them
ever.
He gets saved. No. Actually, you're right. It's the mages and the fucking religious fuckers and the rest. Yeah. Okay. So you get locked into whatever you have equipped magic wise and things like that. Yeah, it still is a problem. And then, and of course we're talking about, like, missing out on other things and dialogue and, boss souls being used, to the best of their ability. Patches, you know what I mean? Like, shit like that is whatever. So I don't want to remove, I'm not going to grab it and say, like, no, because but I want it to be, like, at least somewhat, like, hinted at, and, I want to give him a little bit more of a heads up that this is something that matters,
Mm-hmm.
If the consequences are, again, just Fool's Idols type shit, or even before Fool's Idol. Fool's Idol is perfect because you have two of them. You got the item at the end, you got the baby's nail, and you got the fucker up top, right? In both cases, it's like, yeah, you can fuck that up and then use deductive reasoning to figure out what the mistake was, But yeah, Yurt's a not minor decision to make. So, again, some people will just sit there and get their dick hard over chaos reigns, LOL, but that's not helpful. That doesn't actually consider that we have to record videos, put a series out, end it eventually, and move on. Like, there is a practical, dare I say, business thought process that has to come into this equation. And if you're just jerking off going LOL chaos, fuck yeah, haha, like, you're not part of the conversation. So
I recently had a thing of talking about mystery games on Twitter. Be like, I don't know if I was streaming mystery games. They seem tough. And people are like, I would totally watch you play a mystery game. And I'm like, yeah, you and 5 people, dude. Gotta make $1 here.
Mm-hmm.
Come on.
I mean, I think the way It was the way either I think like Plague or Spy. I think it was Plague who put it this way, where you're just describing how, it was Plague who was saying like, the thing about these games you got to understand is everyone is like, all these Souls veterans, everyone who's played through these games is basically used up, right?
Oh yeah.
And fucking just like absolutely just used up and empty inside with nothing going on,
Correct.
No enjoyment, and the only thing that brings the slightest little bit of a spark is seeing someone new experience the same things. So that's where all these husks of the fucking damned come over to see someone new. Yeah, you know. So those husks looking for the new enjoyment don't necessarily care about the part where the new player's experience is not just entertainingly ruined, but actually ruined. You know, there's a difference between entertainingly ruined and actually ruined that like some people might not get. You know,
he'll never play it again. Oh man, that was a great moment. All right, on to the next one.
Yeah. So that's where I think some of the steering wheel guiding needs to step in. But you'll notice that for 90%, if not 99% of the rest of it, barring these types of moments and barring the ones I described earlier, it's just, hey, let him go, you know. And thankfully, most people have been pretty happy about that. So I'm happy with the way that's going. You know, a loud minority is always present, and they can do what they do. So yeah, we'll see how we deal with it. But you know, if you do have interesting ideas about Yurt, let me know. Actually, hit me up, and we'll see how to handle it. I'm still deciding on the best way to go about it. But yeah, that's a current one to consider. That's over on Woolly Versus, and of course, Yakuza 0 continues.
Where are you at in Yakuza 0?
I am firmly in Majima's debut, like 2 chapters, I guess. I'm on the second one. I'm learning his slugger style. I'm dealing with actual garbage that gets to escape. So I do a side quest where someone like talks about, haha, let's kidnap the kid and get paid by the parents. And I go, ooh, that's a little dangerous, but okay, you're basically the Home Alone bad guys. And then at the end, they're like, yeah, then we can use the mom to make some real cash, and we got some real freaks that'll pay top dollar for the kids. So that'll be fun. And I'm like, oh, cool, we get to murder someone right now. In cold blood, for free, justified. And then the game's like, nah, let him run away. And I'm like, so we're not going to end the lives of these people?
No, you don't get to end people's lives.
What's up with that?
You know, they'll have a backstory later. And
because you see that happen and you go, oh, cool, we get to kill. We get to rip and tear right now. And then it's like, nah, let him run away. And then do the like, oh, them scumbags. Off to find another child, you know.
We'll get him next time.
What? Yeah. So I'm not down with that necessarily.
Listen, you got to talk to people about taxes.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and possibly ruin the Japanese economy, or at the very least, in the perception of. I guess it didn't exist in the late '80s. You know.
I have 2 questions. About now, because now you're in now. One, how wild is it walking around Sotenbori? Isn't that just fucking crazy?
It's like I mean, again, I got the vibe of this for the first time, I think, with like Akiba Strip, and then seeing like, you know, Persona and some other games, and then SMT 4 was also like, oh my god, this is just Ueno, actually, you know. And like you're like walking around the stations, and when I look at the ground and I see the little bumps on the ground that are for blind people to find their way to the next train, I'm like, dear god, this is accurate, and I'm getting flashbacks. But Yeah, definitely this is the strongest of the, like, we're gonna stick to this neighborhood, but you're gonna fucking feel it the whole time.
And it's like, for me, like when I went to Japan, that's the neighborhood I hung out in the most often. So
Okay.
like,
For me, it wasn't.
it's just like, oh man.
For me, it wasn't, but like we did do Kabukicho a couple times specifically to get to Black Hole, to get to Robot Restaurant, to get to the Sega land. So, you know, more than familiar with the corners and the back streets.
It's crazy.
And like the part where you turn off into an alleyway that leads to a mini micro neighborhood, you know, and you're just like, oh God, the lighting got worse. That sewer got dirtier. This little empty parking lot with this car parked in it where someone lives behind all the hustle and bustle. You know it's real, you know? Mm-hmm. What I find particularly funny is the moments where I feel like, is it Sato, the director? No, it's not Sato. That's the generic name. I forgot the direct of Yakuza. What's his name?
Nagoshi.
Okay, so I feel like there's times where he's using the game to criticize or make a commentary about some bullshit he hates in Japan, right?
Oh,
so
yeah,
that's like
that's what it is.
Like the taxes thing is just him complaining about taxes through Yakuza. There's
the game is constantly just talking to you.
Yeah, what was it? There was a part where, when Majima goes to the rival hostess club and is talking about like the low quality hostess clubs and the problem with girls that don't know how to do the job properly. You're oh, this is coming straight from the director's mouth.
If not him personally, somebody on the team that is like the expert.
Yes. Someone has been very upset at a hostess club that did not do what he wanted and did not enjoy the experience, and he's basically turning his Yelp review into a scene
100%.
In this game.
100%.
You know, it's kind of crazy to watch because you can feel it
like
emanating.
Huge parts of 7 are about like how pissed off people are at like moralistic anti-prostitution movements.
Interesting.
And like how they're all a bunch of fucking stupid hypocrites. And it's like so obvious that the team is talking to you.
But that exists in the same way that the fucking Buruseta girl who's selling her underwear, Kiryu is standing there going, hey, what's wrong with being a pervert, right? Kiryu stands there and defends like perversion and says, hey, don't kink shame, essentially. But then also, if you keep it up, you're gonna get perfect blued. Because here comes perfect blue guy to fucking stab you. Don't sell your bloomers or you're gonna get stabbed by a crazy. This is the real danger.
Series, as somebody who has now gone through every single mainline Yakuza game and some of the non-main lines, like you can talk about games being political. I would say that the Yakuza games are one of the only games I can think of that have like a definitive moral stance.
Mm-hmm.
And that moral stance is not my moral stance. It is very weird.
Mm-hmm.
It is all over the fucking place. It is confusing and it is inconsistent.
Like what I'm able to conclude from that mission is, do not shame people who get boners, and the people who are in the business of creating those boners should not be there. Do not be high and mighty over the people who get the boners, but the people who are in the business of creating them might get stabbed for being in the wrong profession. So don't go down that road.
like Wooly, I like to think I know you pretty well. The Yakuza games let me just say, you know those sex traffickers that were going to steal the kids?
Mm-hmm.
What if they had a sad flashback and you looked at them and you went, you know what? Those were hard times that you had to sex traffic those kids. You know what? You were the coolest kid sex traffickers.
Okay. All right. So what
Because
that tells me,
that happens a lot.
what that tells me is that it's wider and more cross-cultural than I would have expected. Because certain times you hit on that and I go, is that just this particular crowd? You know what I mean? Like anything that happens that is appealing to the what's his name? Kirito stand-in sort of crowd, where it's like I am basically stand-in any man Japanese student, roughly teenage to perhaps early 30s, and I'm going to play this doujin game, and I just want to be able to relate to the kid who gets his harem, and the kid himself doesn't really have to say or do much. It all just kind of happens to him. Whatever. I don't necessarily assume that the guy who makes Yakuza is that dude. He might have been him at one point in time around the Super Monkey Ball days, but he ain't that dude now.
If you want to be really blunt, Wooly, the overwhelming tendency of the morality of the Yakuza series is that, being a criminal / part of organized crime in Japan isn't that bad. People have their reasons. You should be sympathetic to the Yakuza because I, Nagoshi, am friends with the Yakuza.
I keep thinking about that. I keep as I'm playing it, I keep thinking about that.
You need to think about that.
Every time
very
a scene,
important.
Yes, every time they have a scene where they're talking about, do you have what it takes to kill somebody? And they're sitting there having a really deep, meaningful sake with each other. I'm thinking about that, and I'm thinking about are actual Yakuza playing this and are starting to tear up at the realness of this moment?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. So you met Dojima, right? Briefly. As Kiryu, Kuze's boss, the head of the clan. And he walks out with his thick ass sunglasses. And he's in the robe, and he's like, everybody defers to him, and he's a fucking badass. Right? That dude's a scumbag.
Probably.
That dude's a fucking piece of shit. But he's played cool.
Right. Because it needs to be that. Yeah. There's just something, though. When you think about, for example, American or let's say Western morality, right? In our heroes. When you have an anti-hero or someone who is like, hey man, I play by my own rules, dashing rogue, etc.
Yeah.
Oftentimes, it's very clear that what is acceptable to everybody in our stories are criminals who perpetrate victimless crimes, or who Robin Hood their crimes.
Yeah.
Right? That's what's acceptable. And anything else, any people who get criminalized otherwise have to have had it coming.
That's
for
right.
other reasons. If you're telling me to expect a sob story to sympathize child traffickers, I'm going to have very, very strong issues with these games.
I'm not going to tell you that child trafficking in particular, right? But there is going to be a moment, if you play these games for long enough, that there is going to be a character that you have decided is the worst person in the universe. And they're going to you're going to fight them, right? And their shirt's going to be off, and they're going to be sweaty. And Kiryu or whoever's going to be like, why'd you do it, man? And the fucking music's going to come in. and the music's gonna come in, and you're just gonna start vomiting because you'll know. You'll know. You're gonna vomit everywhere.
I wonder what it is. There must be something, perhaps, like, you know how you can explain, you know how we, like, you can discover that, like, you're like, what's with Mamoru? And then the truth behind Mamoru comes from the Bushido. And the penchant of, like, the ultimate in strength is, you know, the samurai protecting his retainer and such, and then how these depictions move forward and create modern values, right? Similarly, a goddamn free, roughhousing, uncontrolled cowboy is a man's man in the West. And if you can take that cowboy attitude into all facets of life, you're gonna be the greatest, and everyone will adore your freewheeling spirit. It is interesting. I would love to know if there were some sort of cultural geography that we could look at to, like, or a historical like pathway to find the exact source of, like, where does this penchant for forgiving, like, really heinous crimes, especially ones that have victims on bodies on their names, perhaps, like, particularly vulnerable people, and you kind of just find a way to go, like, well, here's the backstory. That means that we can understand. That means that it's okay, you know, or let it off lightly, or whatever the case is. Perhaps I am just someone who has too much of a, like, penchant for, like, the concept of meting out justice and punishment in a way, because I've had conversations with people who have looked at things with me and essentially said, you know, you're too harsh on people that in these types of situations, and that, like, you know, if you want to have the most successful chance at, like, actual rehabilitation, you do have to show a level of mercy that the person committing the crime demonstrates no ability or capacity to have, right? When you look at their isolated action, and I'm willing to assess and discuss that, but when I see it so often in media coming specifically from Japan, it really makes me wonder if there's a part of the story that I'm missing that created this, you know?
It's gonna be real fun talking to you about this game.
Okay.
That game's incredible, but it's also the most Yakuza game. I think probably the most interesting thing is that you'll see it.
I'm
particularly
trying very delicately to perhaps open up the discussion to something besides the massive elephant in the room that is the obvious reason why the concept of forgiveness is very important.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's what you mean. Okay.
Nippon.
Well, no, we'll just, yeah, because of all that shit. Because of all that shit that happened.
You know, the one there's a
You meet those cult dudes?
Just, yeah, there's a very obvious reason, but there's, like, hey, you know how there's a giant explosion that wipes out a city in a lot of anime? You know, you see these things come up often. You kind of get it. You kind of get it. You know, but, like,
it's actually segue.
But it's like, is it really just that simple? Is it just that? It's like, oh, it's the war and that's all there is to it. You know.
Actually, it's interesting that you mention it because in Yakuza 2 and 6 at least, and in various parts of other Yakuza games, fallout from the war is a part of the plot.
Mm-hmm. I'm sure
and
that
I know it's like that's like 80, 90 years ago, but it's like, yeah, that wasn't that long ago.
I think that there's a possibility that there's an angle that like someone who studies this professionally might have, that is like, actually there's this part of it too in a way. But it could possibly just be as simple as like, hey, we don't know how that giant elephant footprint landed on Nanking, so don't worry about it. But yeah, forgiveness is really great, you guys. It could be that simple. It's just, I'm always open to learning more.
So I have a follow-up question, which is perfectly suited to come after this discussion about now that you've been in the Yakuza pit with the gang for a bit. Would you describe that series, or at least Zero, as having the most intense, what's the word I want to use? Tonal whiplash of anything you've ever played? The violent meteoric shifts between karaoke and these dudes are gonna force the kids into prostitution.
Yeah.
Between taxes.
Yeah, no, I've already just made sure that like my brain sees random street combat as another dimension. They just teleport to another world where people can be killed, but they're not people do not die when they're killed. And like those
heat moves, they were the exaggerated tale of someone.
They're called brutalities. What are we doing here? They have a name. The name is brutalities, and we're just gonna pretend, or X-ray moves, or fatal blows, but we walk it off. I'm more than used to that. And also it helps to do missions that establish the world. For example, the fucking like chortle that is this dude wants to cross that bridge, but his jacket draws too much aggro. Are you fucking kidding me, dude?
Oh yeah, dude, it's a cartoon universe.
And it's and as soon as he takes a step towards the bridge, dudes are like, "Hey, who the fuck do you think you are?"
It's incredible.
You want to fight?
It's no basis in reality at all. It's the only series that I can think does this, because it is at the furthest extreme of melodrama on one side. Like when it's serious, it is about as serious as I have ever seen anything. It is musicless, dialogueless, room noise cutscenes for 20 minutes, followed by actual Looney Tunes.
Mm-hmm.
It's fucking weird.
I mean, never forget that like you hear about like fucking Ava and the boss's backstory while you're hunting for little Kero frogs.
Yeah, that's the easiest comparison.
Make no mistake. You're fucking
have you
slurping that Monster Energy drink.
How you feeling about I'll Kill You?
Yeah, it's there. It's there.
It's not wild, isn't it?
It's not it hasn't blown its wad yet, but I am noticing it. I would not. Well, that's the thing is.
Play 8 more.
Yeah, I wouldn't have caught on to it if not for everyone yelling it at this point, because it's still pretty early. But the flavor's there.
I've been told that a random guy on the street will kill me because of my jacket, my feet, my hair. I bumped into him. No, I didn't. Since 2005.
It is wild
out
how
of control.
It is wild how inferior every other Shakedown is compared to the original.
Oh yeah.
Like, they do not hold a candle. They're all so much lamer than Egashira. He's the fucking he is Shakedown Prime, and everyone else is just an echo.
It's weird, but the reason for that is because they're all real people. So, like that guy's the coolest looking because he is the coolest.
Oh, so like they're like cameos?
I don't think so. I think they're just real actors they brought in off the street.
Well, their backstories and personalities are all supremely inferior to Egashira. This is clear.
Like every like, how do I put this? Every character that you see and you're like, that looks like a real dude, is a real dude.
I just think that they shouldn't have bothered. Shakedown should have just been the one true Shakedown. And he happens to be in 2 cities at once. Why the fuck not?
Yeah.
You know?
He has to become the strongest living creature.
So,
it's the only way.
Yeah. So far, I've met 4 of them.
That's the 4.
Okay. Yep. So that continues as well.
Oh, and every lady that's a non-main character, but is too detailed, is either a real hostess or a porn actress.
I'm assuming the fucking like cards you can collect of these models are people that are also.
Oh no, those are porn actresses.
Yeah,
sure.
Yeah, and I'm assuming some of them are lending their appearance to the game when they don't have NPC face. Yeah, you can see it. You can see it for sure. Damn, Majima's incredible. I am looking forward to him becoming someone completely different, and that is nothing like what I'm enjoying right now in the near future.
That intro and everything in that first chapter is like, who is this?
I love him.
Who the fuck is this?
I fucking love him.
He's great, but he's not who I've known for the past 10 years.
Yeah, I'm expecting that to go a very, very wild, I'm expecting a very wild departure into the thing that the memes are promising.
Good old memes.
Which will then continue to be that way. But deep in my heart, there will always be the bow tie, you know? Yeah. So fucking excellent. I am not looking forward to that, though. I have a problem. I have many problems. One of them is when I hit like I'm okay with games or movies or stories having different morality from me. I'm okay with that. In some cases, when I'm not okay with it, I just tune out, right? I'll just tap out. It's happened a couple times. Other times, I'm in for the ride, and you only kind of get through to it at the end. So you've heard me rant about Gundam Seed, whatever. I've talked about Goblin Slayer. I just stopped because I wasn't really interested in watching more of it. You know, some people are way more on board with different, like, ethical and moral depictions from me, and that's totally fine. But if it ain't my bag, for the most part, I'll just be like, all right, well, that ain't my thing. You know, some people are like more than down with Elfin Lied. I'm cool. Good. I'm good. Thank you. You know, I don't need that. But like if it's in something where like it's like the overarching property is more than fine, or like something that I do like match with and I'm into and it's all going fine, but there's a small little bit of it where these little weird hiccups happen, and this like similar to anime where it's like, what the fuck was that little side guidance story over there, and they're just like moving along back to the main one. It's like, oh my god, that's a blemish that I'm gonna talk about.
There's
and I don't want to be a broken record, but
there's tons of them over.
You're gonna hear me be like I think like 10 minutes after that quest was done, I was like, I'm still upset. You know,
dude, I've mentioned it to you in the past, but there's more context that you have now because you've actually played them. But there's a quest in Yakuza 6 in which a former member of the Triads plants a bunch of bombs, and the end of the storyline is that Kiryu thought it was a different guy, and he apologizes, and his apology is straight up, "I'm sorry, I thought you were a criminal because you were Chinese. I guess you are not all criminals."
Jesus fucking Christ.
And that's the apology.
Okay.
And then the actual evil Chinese show up, and you beat them up. There are 2 games in that series that the plot lines are that the evil foreigners are coming to... No, there are 3 games that the evil foreigners are coming to steal our jobs. Now, they're crime jobs in this particular case, but they're going to take our jobs.
Well, that's the problem, is maybe in this world, Kiryu is not wrong to think that, because the depiction so far is pretty, like, conclusive, you know?
He's dealt... Okay, he's dealt with a lot of... He hasn't had the best relationship with Chinese gangsters.
I mean, right now, there's a
lot of stuff.
Well, there's a helpful couple that runs a kitchen, but they also make illegal weapons. So, you know, that's there. And they're not really, like, pretending it's not. So, you know, there's that.
I genuinely think the funniest one is that in fucking Yakuza 2, the way they treat Koreans is if they are Cylons. Like I have said the word secret Korean on my stream a bunch, and it never stops being funny, because like the plot centers around who could be a secret Korean. Who could it be? Could it be you?
Yeah.
Could it be him? Could it be her? And it's like, holy shit, this shit's off the fucking chain.
There's, you know what also is interesting is like something that comes out when having these discussions, because I noticed it in when I got to that part too, is that like in terms of just like some people like have some thoughts on these where they kind of go, fictional characters, Wooly, who cares, right? Like, this is all you're overreacting to.
Oh, that's such a lame bitch cop out.
Do you want to break that down? Because it's the most...
That's so fucking stupid.
Can you
Fictional characters can still act in ways that can be appropriate and contextualized towards the real world, especially fictionalized characters that act in a setting that is ostensibly the real world.
No, you know what, dude? You're right. Fictional characters, who cares? Why are you even watching this? Let's just pop in a game and just, as things happen, just be like, oh, hey, yeah, cool. All right. Where does this go next? Oh, cool stuff. All right. Yeah. Interesting. Huh. And just let's not feel
way to
anything.
Engage with anything. It's
no.
boring.
They're fictional. None of this matters. Let's just pretend it's that and go through our like. It's like, then what's even the point? Why are you here?
If you ever looked at any character and said they should have done that instead of this,
you know,
then that completely falls apart. It's
if you don't like
fucking lame.
If you see me talking about the choices that characters make in these worlds and like going into like the ideology behind those things, or what my guesses as to what they might be are, and you look at that and go, dude, they're fictional characters, you're putting that on something that's not real, what's the, like, don't do that, or cringe, or whatever the fuck is. It's like, then why are you here? Like, why are you engaging with this type of content, right? The point is to look at these things and talk about what we like about them, and like, we are literally comparing them constantly to ourselves. You are constantly comparing every story to yourself, and that's the lens by which you're enjoying the thing. It's such a weird, stupid
like characters
thought.
in, say, Yakuza series have often wildly contradictory morals, or ones that I disagree with, or even the story has morals I disagree with. It's like, that has value. That's something for me to consider, right? Now, some of that's a lot easier than others. When a character tells another character that she shouldn't feel scared walking home because she's too fat to get raped. Yeah, okay, I don't think I have to examine that all that critically.
Fictional characters,
That's
dude.
fucked up.
Fictional characters, doesn't matter. Didn't happen, not real, who cares,
so
right?
fucked up, they took it out of the remaster.
No, what are people reacting to that line? Stop reacting to that. Don't make facial expressions. Don't be shocked by that. They're not real people. It doesn't matter. What's the point of investing any kind of emotional anything into that depiction?
And all like even unironically, like all sarcasm aside,
just let all media wash over your disaffected self.
These games spend like enormous amounts of time talking about their values and what is important to them and why they do the stupid shit that they do, so that if you don't care about that stuff, dude, like half of the dialogue is now totally pointless.
Exactly. And I would wager that if you do care about that stuff, it's fucking interesting. You know, like I love wading into that pool and seeing what the fuck comes out. You know, it's such a weird place for your brain to go on that. Like, dear God, I hope you enjoy your things, you know? And yeah, speaking of places your brain can go, dude, there's nothing else to say at this point, but like truly and deeply, without an ounce of hyperbole, you cannot begin to fathom how unready you are for 13 Sentinels.
Yeah, I know.
There's no talking about it anymore. There's just nothing else to say.
I saw somebody post that like Gotcha alien meme video on the fucking subreddit. I'm like, yeah, that's yeah. Mm-hmm.
I mean, one of the funniest things is now like Punch Mom has started watching the LP and is like following it along through that lens.
Oh, Paige can't be in the fucking room when I play 13 Sentinels.
Yeah, okay.
Like, she literally can't be in the room because she'll look up and ask a question and I'll answer it, and the answer will have so little context that it makes her physically anxious.
Yep. That's the right response. You can't. So yeah. So she's watching it through the LP and kind of internalizing everything, and now it's definitely like kind of weird to hear like little bits and pieces of like where I was at, piecing things together, taking guesses, and trying to figure the whole bit out. But it just the fact that I made the mistake of feeling some semblance of confidence going into the last session. Yeah, I made the mistake, you know. What I can say is that like it sounds like you're considering you know, resuming at some point.
Yeah.
Right. Well,
I just need to sit my ass down and just do it, because I haven't played it in a while, so I'll have to go to the analysis menu.
Well, initially the discussion we had on it was one where you were like, this can't be done with people.
Yeah, and then I faded off for like 2-3 days, and then I was like, oh no, it's been a couple days, I need to get back to it real fast. And then I didn't, and then it was like, oh no, it's been a week. Will I even remember who has the robot?
Yeah, who does?
And it only got worse from there.
Oh, that one has the robot. Okay. Hey, the thing is, it works right now. What we're doing works, and just make sure that you know, like, you are doing your thing, treating this as if you're playing it offline, and basically, even though you hit the button that turns your camera and Elgato on, you need to act as if it's not.
Right.
And you need to make the viewers not exist, and take your time to play and think and view the files, because you got through the prologue, right?
Oh yeah.
So you know.
No, I'm at like I left off at like about 40% total.
Okay. Well, the fact that you have that game divided into the 3 sections that you can choose from when you're playing it You know, you've got your remembrance, destruction, and analysis.
Analysis.
Yeah, like sometimes analysis is effectively it's like the Metal Gear wiki being attached to the game, and
Yeah.
it's not always the most riveting thing to stop and think, hey, I need to take a look at this, but it's a third of that title screen for a reason.
Yeah.
You do need to do that, and if you're worried about like the time it'll take to read it and other people tuning in and being bored by you going through files and figuring it out, you're gonna be too distracted by that stuff, and it's like you're gonna ignore some critical thinking time that you have to spend just reading and thinking. So if you're doing it, and the way I'm doing it right now, it's like it's going great, just keep in mind that like you have to treat it as if you're not streaming it. Yeah.
Yoshihiro Morimura's got them big old titties, though. That's what I remember.
Chest boofers. She got them cows in the cows. You know what I mean?
It is against the law
because of the leather
for Vanillaware to not put that character into their game.
Yeah, you had the cat girls. You had
the fox girls.
Mm-hmm. Oh, excuse me, the fox girls. Excuse me. Yep.
Yeah.
You had sorceress.
Like
always.
You had almost every single female piece of art in Dragon's Crown.
I mean, the flavoring on Sorcerer and Amazon are very different.
Mm-hmm.
And very acceptable. Anyway, okay, so yeah, that was supposed to be the end of the week, but that got extended quite a bit. But those are what's going on: 13 Sentinels and Yakuza and Reggie versus Demon Souls.
Do you mind if I get up and go and get a drink of something?
Sure, we can take a quick break, come back, do some spots, and then you can take over.
Yeah, let's do that.
All right, quick break, everybody. Be right back.
Be back in 5 minutes, tops.
Hello. Allow us to resume.
Hey, we're back. Hey, look at
that. Just before you get into yours, let's take
That's
a quick word
correct.
from our sponsors.
Let's do that. I love our sponsors.
Let's let the people know about DoorDash.
Hey, DoorDash, what's up?
Let's let the people know.
No.
Uh-oh. Spills, chills, thrills.
Spills.
Damn. Looks like you don't know how to handle your food properly.
I tried, but I shook it by accident.
This is what happens when you try to handle your own food. You know?
No.
It's a mess. It's awful. You didn't rely on the skill that comes with the DoorDash army of...
I dropped my rice ball hamburgers.
Skilled food transporters that are ready and waiting to bring you all the delicious goodness that you are craving. Sometimes not even craving. Sometimes you just need that sustenance, you know? I know I can get focused in on what I'm working on and kind of just zone out and not even eat sometimes. And then it's like, oh, geez.
Yeah, it happened. It happened, man.
I'm lightheaded. I should eat something, you know?
I can't get through these beans, dude.
These beans provide nutrients, but I cannot open the can.
I can't get through the can.
I don't know what to do. This sucks. DoorDash, can you help me? Yes.
Help.
Yes,
Help
they can.
me.
If you want beans, or if you want Chinese, or if you want pizza, or if you want froyo, if you want cheesecake, if you want whatever you want, healthy or not, delicious, all the goods, all the choices, you can get multiple menus right at your beck and call with over 300,000 partners in the US, Puerto Rico, Canada, and Australia. You're definitely going to have your choice of beans to deliver straight to your door. Yeah, just open the DoorDash app up and select your favorite local restaurant, and your food will be left at your door. And if you feel like it, you can type beans into the search bar, and they'll filter.
You can do it.
It'll filter by, you know, who's got the best beans.
You could bean it up.
And then while you order them, and then it does the little animation to show you that your food is on the way, you can just sit there and start thinking.
Thinking about those beans.
Thinking about those beans, baby. So, all you got to do is head on down. Right now, our listeners can get $5 off and 0 delivery fees on their first order of $15 or more when you download the DoorDash app and enter the code CASTLE. That's $5 off and 0 delivery fees off your first order when you download the DoorDash app from the App Store and enter the code CASTLE. Don't forget code CASTLE for $5 off your first order with DoorDash. Thanks, DoorDash.
Thanks, DoorDash.
This week, the podcast is also brought to you by Warm Feet, contained, nestled comfortably in some Bombas socks.
I'm not wearing socks right now. I probably should. My feet are disgusting. I shouldn't be subjecting poor Peaches to the view of my gnarly ass, fucking gross ass feet.
Put it away.
Listen, Wooly, how can I solve this problem?
Bombas can put those feet away and not only hide them in their grotesque manner from the world and the eyeballs therein, but they can be comfortable while you're hiding your shame. Why not hide your shame in comfort? You know?
Are these socks soft?
They're cozy, they're soft, they're some of the best material that you get from those better pairs, not the garbage pairs of socks that you have. And
what's the absorption level? Because sometimes my feet get bloody. It's fucked up.
I mean, that is weird. They'll probably do a pretty decent job at that. You'll notice that they'll feel a lot better, certainly. And yeah, I think all in all, if you want to trust someone to cover up your shame, why not go with the people who have studied the best ways, ergonomically, scientifically, through research, to make your feet comfortable? They figured it out.
What's the anti-cheese quotient on these socks?
Oh, there's no cheese to worry about, my friend. You got some other problems that you probably need to handle and address, but tell you what, these socks, they're gonna do your best, to keep it all contained. The nightmare might still be happening inside the sock, but on the outside, smooth, presentable,
pretty
beautiful.
feet.
Damn straight. And on top of that, they give back to the most vulnerable members of our communities. For each pair of socks you purchase, Bombas donates a pair to someone in need. And that's allowed them to donate over 40 million pairs of socks and counting through a network of over 3,000 partners. So that is going down. To give a pair when you get a pair and get 20% off your first purchase with Bombas, head on over to bombas.com/superbeast. That's BOMBAS.com/superbeast for 20% off your first purchase. Bombas.com/superbeast. Thanks, Bombas.
Thanks, Bombas.
And lastly, the podcast is sponsored by Gabby.
Hey, Gabby.
Gaby. This is about insurance. Apparently, this is around the time of year.
Can I insure my disgusting feet?
You can, possibly. Hey, if JLo can insure her ass and, other people can insure the parts of their bodies that are important.
Of value.
Yeah, then I assume possibly that can be the case. Gabby seems to be about shopping for insurance and allowing you to save some money when you do that, in comparison to other top insurance providers like Progressive, Nationwide, and Travelers.
Oh, it does that thing where it compares the different rates.
Seems
and
so.
It's like, hey man, these guys, fuck those guys. These guys though, they're okay.
Seems like that's the deal. And it says here that $961 per year on average in savings to customers. So that is...
You could buy an Xbox with that.
You can buy 2. But make sure you specify the correct one. If you... Yeah, there's that. I don't know about insuring those feet, though. Might want to,
I don't know, man.
Anyway,
does anybody want my feet flakes?
If you want to find the best rates out there, and they don't, you're not going to get annoyed with spam, robocalls, or any of that stuff. Man! We ain't talking Frosted Flakes. We're talking Gabby here.
All right.
You're probably overpaying on your car and home insurance, and as well as your foot flakes. You're overpaying on your foot.
Yeah,
flakes
I'm overpaying for this for sure.
You need to keep those gamer flakes out of your business. See how much Gabby can save you. Check and you can check, and it's free to check. There's no obligation. At gabby.com/superbeast. That's gabi.com/superbeast. Gabby.com/superbeast. Insurance against your flakes is not guaranteed, but you should do something about it because that shit's gross. All right? No promises.
Thanks, Gabby.
Mm-hmm. What? What's the problem? It's no good? We botched that one?
Well, I don't know.
Fucking insurance now? What the fuck's going on over here? Moving along. How was your week, buddy?
Hey, it was all right. Let's not talk about my feet anymore. That's my own personal demon to deal with. I have dry feet. That's the end of that story. I gotta moisturize more often. Let's see. Oh man, I have a lot to talk about this week, actually, unfortunately for everyone. So, step one. Let's talk about Rare.
Really?
That is Rareware, the era of Rare making N64 games in particular.
Has this lived in your head for a week?
Oh, it's been a nonstop ongoing thing. So number one.
Would you like to have a real conversation?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. All right.
Number one, I very much confused Banjo-Kazooie and Tropical Freeze's music for the DKC music, which is composed by David Wise instead of Grant Kirkhope, and is very different after people told me how stupid I was. And way calmer and more ambient than I thought it was.
Yeah, that fucking underwater shit when you're swimming around is like the greatest, most
that's the track. That's the aquatic ambiance is the one that everybody was like, "Wow, okay,
that's what it's like. That's why I'm like, well, I'm just whatever you're saying here stops mattering because that remains one of the best fucking tracks of all time in games. Like it's just there's no point to furthering this discussion.
I was dead wrong on that one. What I am a little peeved though is that when you told me to listen to Gangplank Galleon, you forgot that Gangplank Galleon actually does start with a 30-second clown juice fake out.
No, I didn't.
Well, how long did you expect me to listen to it?
I expected you to listen to it.
I listened to it from the start. I wasn't going to spend multiple minutes listening to a track on podcast.
Pat, when you've asked me to listen to songs, I've clicked on them and listened to them.
That's ridiculous.
I've listened to the song. You suggest a song and I go and I listen to it. And then I go back and
I didn't think the song was going to be a completely different song after 30 seconds.
Well, that's because the context is that you're fighting King K. Rool on his pirate ship. And then it goes from this pirate's fucking music into some boss-ass shit because the fight gets intense. And then you gotta fucking take on the final battle. So it builds up.
Everything after that 30-second mark's pretty good.
Yeah, but I don't know. Again, when a song gets recommended, now we're talking about whether or not to listen to the entirety of a song, and I think you should. That's what I do when you respectfully recommend I check something out.
That song tricked me.
You don't do it often, but when you do, I've gone and I've been like, yeah, that's great. I listen. You know, when you told me to go listen to that Warframe song with the workers on the planet that are singing about doing
but that doesn't trick you into a different song.
That's not the point. The point is that I listened.
It is the point. That's the point I'm making.
If you stopped without listening to the thing, then I don't know what to tell you.
I did listen to it.
Okay.
I had no reason to believe that it turned into a completely different song.
Well,
30 seconds into the track.
Rest assured. Rest assured.
Pat has no balls in chat when I'm at
work. Rest assured that. Well, hey, look, man. If anyone's gonna bear witness, listen. Rest assured that the song was not designed that way to trick you. It was designed that way to make the final boss have a dramatic uptick in tension and mood and atmosphere. If we were to tell you that the ending song of NieR Automata was really good, and you were like, I don't know, I just heard some girl singing and I didn't like it, then I'm like, all right. Then it's like, well, okay, that's a bad analogy because this is a 180.
That's exactly what you did for Dark Souls.
But the point is more so that I don't know, dude. What? Don't listen to the whole fucking thing. You played yourself. End of story.
All right. Anyway, moving on. I recently, pseudo against my will, sat in on a Banjo-Kazooie stream, which gave me a much closer eyeball on the game that has irked me fucking so for so many years.
Did you place that eyeball on an inanimate object to make it cute?
Yeah, so that shit's out of control. Like, no judgment other than like, man, that is out of control in that game. Like, every single goddamn... Please stop eating so loudly over there.
I'm just eating a pickle.
You're too close.
Now you're being a shit. You're being a shit. You're never bothered by that. You're being a huge shit. You fucking ballless asshole.
It's because of the pickle. The pickle's grossing me out.
Tell her I said it's fine.
Wooly says it's fine.
You're a
Wooly.
ballless
Cool,
asshole.
like no balls.
All right. Anyway, so I got to see a lot more Banjo-Kazooie, and I kind of get it. It does seem to be a relatively well put together collectathon platformer. It seems a lot slower than Mario 64, but I guess people are fine with that.
Better than DK64.
I'm totally unfamiliar with the only thing I know about DK64 is the rat.
Inferior. That's all.
Okay. Wait, which is DK's worse?
Yeah.
Okay. And after like staring at it for like what was it, 3 hours? 3 hours. Let's just say 3 hours. And then even going back to check out the music in Smash that came with Banjo, I came to the conclusion. It's the tone. It's the sound font. It's the instrumentation. Like, fucking... When Banjo gets the jiggy and grabs it and goes, oh, yuck! Like, I want to fucking throw up blood. Like, I hate it. I hate it so much. I fucking hate it. And if
you're right.
Didn't
Valid
hate
reason.
it that much,
So it's a bad game then.
no, it's not a bad game. It's a game for morons.
Okay, like where the fuck does this go?
Suck it.
All right, everybody. If you don't speak fucking Boivanese, that's the closest thing to a back down you're gonna get. So just take it.
I worked very hard to come back down to this. I understand why people like it. I just think that they have terrible taste. Don't take that. That's mine. Oh, yeah. Thank you. I still hate it though.
Ekum fucking
so
bokum.
much.
Yep. That's good.
All right, you want some real hot take bad news? No, I still have full. Well, don't take it. Don't take it away. Thank you.
Uh-oh.
Trying to steal my caffeine.
The take has been defeated and the rage has been quelled. It's a new week. Time for a new hot take because that SEO is not doing as well as it should be. Pat, let us know what you got.
You need to go to hell with that. That's dirty. How dare you use that fucking term with me? That cursed
Take it away.
motherfucking term.
Pat stares at. What's the take of the week?
You are such a son of a bitch. Oh my god. I'll get you for this. No, for real though. So I beat Bayonetta again this week. I was like, fuck it, right? There's no goddamn reason. We never got to do Bayonetta back on the old channel because I told this story. It was really funny to me, where we always wanted to do Bayonetta on the old channel and Bayonetta 2, but every single discussion we ever had broke down because every single person wanted to be the one to play it. You remember that? You remember that fucking like 2-3 hour argument over Bayonetta 2's LP and how like every person in the room was like, well, I'm going to be the one playing it.
I also remember the nervousness at not performing according to the standards of people who've talked about Bayonetta for so long.
My drink hurt my mustache.
Oh, just fucking...
Oh, it's all falling apart over here.
Can we run a show over here?
No! This is the show! This is the show. Anyway, so I beat Bayo again, and Wooly, when's the last time you beat Bayo 1?
When I showed Reggie it last year.
It didn't hold up as well as I thought.
I still like it. There's a lot of differences that between 1 and 2. And
there's crazy different. They're way more different than I remembered.
Yeah. And 1 has a lot of like there's those context kills. There's 1 I remember one of the biggest differences between 1 and 2 is the breaking of the rule of enemies don't attack you if they're not on screen. Mm-hmm. Where they just eventually were like, nah, if you hear the sound cue, fucking you're good. You know? But I still enjoyed it. I still thought it was fine. I still thought it held up. In particular, just the dodge mechanic being, again, the core gameplay, dodge offset, all of that is still very fun to do.
Totally agree. Everything to do about actually fighting shit is the best. Mm-hmm. It's still great. Mm-hmm. The stuff that I didn't remember quite clearly is that, man, those levels are kind of awful. Like, there are, 16 chapters, and like 12 of them are that first city stage being remixed in various ways.
Vigrid.
It's wild. It's absolutely crazy.
I would say that that's not as much like the bigger problem. The most annoying part about that, if anything, is how they force backtracking for secrets and for secret verses in ways that could be better implemented. I was playing it, and a lot of the people who were watching the stream had not seen it, and I was making fun of the secret levels because somebody had watched the LP that Kamiya did, and Kamiya said that they put the secret missions in places that the devs thought made sense, and it's like the final secret mission in that game is when you are sprinting up to the top of the universe as fast as you can. And right before you hit the cutscene wall, turn your ass around and go back to the bottom. To the bottom of the statue. Yep.
And the music from the stage still plays in the secret mission.
Absolutely. Run to the bottom of the fucking statue. No, it's that shit was nonsense. Now we get to see the proper implementation of the idea they want to go for, which is DMC5, where you don't run backwards. You take a fork in the path you're on towards a cave, an area, a door, a sideway thing that leads to a porb or a borb, a blorb, whatever.
Or a borb.
And you, whether it's one of those like tooth doors or like a secret skating mini game, or whatever, it's just like, oh, you're running through this little stairway, drop to the bottom and look up to get the secret mission.
Yeah, the secret missions in 5 were the best.
But the discovery of where these secrets are new areas that you're going through. It's not about the fucking run to the back to the start of the stage.
Yeah, and then the other thing about those levels is that, like, and this is kind of unfair to blame like on Bayonetta alone, because it literally was the style at the time. But the whole game has this washed out, desaturated look. Like, the angel area look. Mm-hmm. And there isn't just a lot of bright color pretty much anywhere in the game. Like, the weapons that Bayo uses.
Yeah, and when you do
are the most colorful.
No, the brightest it gets is when you're on the fucking really abandoned military base area after the highway. And it's like it's not much to look at. It's just a construction spot. Two fixes a lot of that with its city, I would say.
Yeah, totally. And I loaded up Bayo 2 to fuck around with before I play it this week. And Bayo 2 is like color, faster, better looking, more varied environment. Like all those complaints, like just bam, 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 bam.
Yep.
One of the weirder things that I discovered, because I'm playing the Switch version, is that Bayo 2 looks worse than Bayo 1 from a technical perspective. Like, I don't know what's going on. I don't know if I'm crazy, but it looks like it's running at a lower resolution or with less anti-aliasing.
Bayo 1, I played the Switch version recently. Bayo 2, I'm going back on launch, so I don't remember it looking worse.
Because it's a Wii U game.
I don't remember that being the case.
And this was like literally me like one day to the next playing on the Switch.
Okay, so you went from Switch version to Wii U.
No, I went Switch. I'm just playing the collection.
And between the two on Switch, you're saying?
Yeah, it looks
okay.
It looks kind of worse. It's weird.
I would hazard a guess and say that if you went back to the original releases of both, that wasn't the case.
Yeah, maybe.
That might just be a Switch port thing. But
maybe
360 PS3 Bayo coming forward.
I do think it's kind of fucked up that the Switch versions of Bayo 1 and 2 don't run at a locked 60. They still drop from time to time, like the 360 version did. And it's like, come on.
But yeah, no, 2 fixes a lot in the way that you'd expect the first game in a franchise to be lacking in some ways that the next ones make up for.
2 also feels way better. Oh man, like just the movement and character control.
Hey, what new franchise doesn't have, some of those little things that are like the foibles, but also the promise of something good.
But here's the thing. 2 has problems that the first one doesn't have, and they're a lot less surface deep. They're a lot more like mechanical. But it's like, man, both of these did not hold up as well as DMC3 did. They just didn't. It's kind of a bummer.
I'd have to revisit, but I don't think I agree with you. But I'd have to go update my view
now,
on it.
Hey, I want to be really clear here. Saying something didn't hold up over time as well as Devil May Cry 3, let's all be very, very clear. That game's fucking incredible. That's not necessarily a slight.
And it just got re-released with style switching. So you've got a new fucking version on the table with extra stuff in it to enjoy it in a way that you never have.
That's true.
Bayo 2 has been on the table of LPs for a while, as has any game that we like. When Woolly Versus started going this way, we did a bunch of games that were cool stuff I wanted to show, and all of those things are on the table for the next one up there. So Bayo 2 has been in consideration for a minute, but and I remember there were a bunch of differences to how they handled things. Again, the enemies attacking you off screen thing comes to mind, and the types of character specific executions. But overall, I remember really enjoying 2 a lot more. I loved those Lumen Sage fights like nothing else. I thought they were fucking rad. I remember, I was like, okay, how do we go from the Jean fights to the next step? And the Lumen Sage fucking does an incredible job of keeping that energy. I did not hate Loki as much as everyone else did. So, it helps that he didn't bug me running, flipping around and doing his little thing.
His squirrel shit.
And then I think towards the end, story-wise and whatever, it's it just comes together as this hot mess to redo what you already kind of did. But in terms of just the climax build and the enemy types and the fucking Swindler of Progress and Rodin, a lot of that shit just is a lot of fun memories. Playing as her mom and the mech the ride armor, some real cool shit in there, man.
Yeah, no, absolutely. From a surface and a spectacle and level and pace like thing. It's way better than the first game, but it does have some like mechanical stuff that I was looking up on and then fucking around with myself that it doesn't play as good as 1.
Oh, go on.
Which is kind of weird. And the number one problem is that Umbran Climax is so much better than everything else that you'd be fucking stupid to not use Umbran Climax every single time you ever got it. And
yeah,
a lot of the enemies
installed in a fucking like god mode.
Yeah, and a lot of the enemies are based around you can only hit them in which time, and if you don't, they'll just break out of your combo. Like that's the 2 big ones.
Do you usually play with Mahakala?
I do.
Okay.
Yeah, but even then, like enemies don't get knocked up into the air when you're not in which time into. Like you don't juggle them with your weaves unless you're in Umbran Climax or in which time. So it's like it's very different. So it's like this weird thing of where I'm like the combat might not be quite as good, but it feels way better. And all the levels are way cooler, and I like the enemies more. So I just like, it'd be really great if they made a 3rd one of these.
Well, I'm sure
that'd be great if they did that.
I'm sure no news is good news.
Yeah, how about that?
That worked out so great last time.
We're like at 1,000 days of no Bayonetta news.
Premature announcement, man. Not much else to say.
That's
premature announcement.
Yeah, sure, but it's like, man, that's like not even 1 screenshot. Holy shit.
Platinum Games is currently not. Platinum Games has never been in the CD Projekt space.
Next week in game magazines, everyone.
I feel as if the mistake of the premature announcement was big and high on this one. It was probably between that and being hounded on whether or not they were going to make it, and I think they would have been better off to just take the hounding instead of fucking the title and then nothing. But didn't the last thing Kamiya say was like, "Yep, it's going." I don't know.
That could mean no offense to Kamiya-san. I'm sure he's an honest enough guy, but he could just be completely full of shit.
I mean, dude, yeah, we're still waiting on Babylon's Fall. We're still hoping for some form of
SMT5
salvaged SMT5 and like the rumors of a salvaged Scalebound.
Yeah, that fucking lie.
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't think so. Babylon's Fall and whatever else, it's like we just saw some pictures, some concepts, and a little like graphical trailer in a way. But I think the reason why Scalebound connects is because we saw a character establish their personality, and that becomes more memorable, right? Like it's harder to forget about that. Grand Blue Relink is on the table.
I would literally throw out every fucking game Platinum is working on right now for fucking Astral Chain 2.
Yeah, well, you don't worry about Grand Blue because their names are not on it anymore.
They're
not involved with that. But yeah, I you know what? I don't want Astral Chain 2 as much as I want a new IP. I would take a new IP.
Oh yeah. It's probably one of the only devs that I'd be like comfortable saying, yeah, just give me a new thing every time. But at the same time, I do want more of the old thing. It's tough.
If it did come back, I would love to see it like actually do the open world it wanted to be.
Yeah.
Because it's so
doesn't have to be a big one. It really doesn't have to be big.
It desperately wanted to be an open world game.
It just needs to be 3 of those city blocks.
And we can
stapled together.
And with that same breath, you can sit there and go, more Mad World, more Vanquish, more Anarchy
No, I don't
Reigns,
need more Mad World. I'm good.
more any of these things. But
no, I would say any Anarchy Reigns.
yeah, but the truth is that like with that, like, you know, I want more of thing. You like these guys know what they're doing. They can make a new thing and blow you the fuck away.
You know what,
and
Wooly?
then you will be saying, I want more of that.
Wooly, I'm gonna say it right now. These guys don't know what they're doing. There has never been a more talented group of people in the games business so incapable of actually selling their quality than Platinum Games. They have no idea what they're doing.
I like that the era. Yeah, it's a bit hard to deny that they've had no selling. They've had a hard time selling it to the public. They sell it behind the scenes to other developers, and they tried their hand at doing some outsourcing for some IP from some Western IPs, and then they got the fuck out of there. I would love them to basically continue to be the backbone behind franchises that need it, like NieR or Revengeance, and then also put out their own shit. Them wanting to make their own IP is absolutely the next step. And like when they showed off that Ultraman shit, whatever the fuck that was, that looks hot. I'm like, yeah,
everything they make looks hot.
There's some new Ultraman shit going down. Don't forget about that trailer. We saw that, you know? So they do suffer from selling, though. They have all the talent. They don't have the Paul marketing.
They really don't. It's fucked up.
Project GG. But yes, Bayonetta 2.
Hey, you want to talk about some other old shit?
What else did you
Yes, you do. You ever play Link's Awakening?
Yeah. In fact, we talked about it a little bit briefly last week. You said you'd play it.
I did.
Did you beat it?
No, I did not beat it. In fact, I kind of tapered off on it. And there's two things going on with that. One is that game's really cool. It feels like a kind of shrunk down Link to the Past.
It does, yeah.
And I feel like I'm losing something in it by, how do I put this? When you played it back in, or not you, but you.
Which one are you playing?
Played
by
it.
The way?
The Switch version.
Okay. Yeah, the new one. Yeah, okay.
When you played it back in 1993?
Later than that for me.
4? 5? Well, no, I mean, remember the royal you, like, whoever, right?
Yeah.
Back in the early 90s. There is this overwhelming feeling of, holy fucking shit, this is on a fucking Game Boy. Which I look at that and go, yeah, no, that's fucking crazy. That's absolutely nuts. Right? However, in the year of our Lord 2021, playing that game for a total cost of $94.
Oof. Oh.
Without that caveat,
oh fuck,
has a very different feeling to it. Yeah,
the remake is full price.
Full price. It's full price.
Oh my god. Oh, that's fucked.
And
no
it's weird because
way.
usually a game's price doesn't directly factor into my enjoyment.
Oh my god.
Except like on this is one where it's like, come on.
But fucking Link Between Worlds was full price too. So
guess what?
Yeah.
Link Between Worlds is way better than this.
Oh, man.
And that's not necessarily a slight on Link's Awakening. the Switch version has like, okay, it's a remake of a Game Boy game with a cool, like, kind of, I don't know, it's not claymation, but it's like dolls kind of graphical style.
I
right?
saw the trailer. It's a little something going on there.
Right? It's a cool look, right? And it feels good, and that's great. It runs like shit. It runs terribly. It's double V-synced. So it's that thing where if it drops below 60, it hits 30. And it does that all the time. When you go to a new area and it pops up the text on the screen that says like Mysterious Woods, that drops the frame rate to 30.
Fuck. Okay.
It is terrible. And it's not running it like a high resolution or anything. Like,
yeah, you're getting a bad experience out of a good game. You're getting the problems of this remake at the price of this remake, but the game itself, in
like
its
playing
context,
this game on a Game Boy emulator is probably significantly better experience.
I mean,
and the fact that they charge full. By the way, Link Between Worlds was $40 because it was a 3DS game.
Yeah.
And guess what? I played through most of the way through Link's Awakening, and that game ran great.
Yeah, but then that was full price here. Well, I mean, here it was like 50 or whatever, but
yeah, but you know what?
That was full price.
3DS price.
No, throwing fucking $94 out there for
the fact that it runs like shit.
And here's the thing, like, that game is designed to be pocket-sized, right? So when Majora's Mask comes to 3DS, or Link's or Ocarina of Time, those are, longer experiences,
big ass games
designed for a full experience. Exactly. You can justify that a little bit more or not, but like the point is that this is the opposite effect. You're putting a pocket game on like a full console price. Yeah, that sucks, dude.
It's just like, and
I would not blame you if you wanted to just track down the original game and play that.
It's a series of factors that combine to just be like, right? Especially since like I'm so far removed from the game's context that like I just can't help but compare it to Link to the Past over and over and over in my head.
Nah, this is the Windfish, man.
Yeah, whatever. Like that's cool. I do like how fucking aggressively bizarre the game is. Like, it's fucking weird. Like, it's out there. The Mario enemies and shit, that's fucking goofy.
But it's weird, but it's like, but this is back at the start in the early franchise. So this
is like the first weird one.
This is the establishing of that.
Yeah.
So
yeah, it's like I figured, oh cool, Nintendo made like a remake of this classic thing. That'd be a slam dunk. Like, nah, actually. Like it's kind of a bummer. Like Link's Awakening, I can look at it now and be like, wow, this game's incredible. But this version is a really bad deal.
Yeah.
Like if it like looked like, I'm thinking like because in my head I'm comparing it to like the Wind Waker HD or Twilight Princess HD or the other Zelda remakes they did that ran well.
Yeah, those are all
and were big games.
See, that's the thing is like your best comparison points might be the shorter ones, because any of those games are all like 30 hours or so, or beyond if you go in heavier. But like the Link's Awakening is like 15 or whatever. It's like half of that. Link Between Worlds is your best direct comparison. And then like the other designed for pocket stuff, like perhaps like Phantom Hourglass.
Well, I'm referring to
Minish Cap.
Like the recreations, like the re-releases, right? So, and the reason why I'm doing that is because I'm comparing them price-wise. right? Like
Mm-hmm.
Nintendo says that this is just as good as Wind Waker HD.
Yeah, no, and if you like you said, you played Link Between Worlds and like liked it, right?
Link Between Worlds kicks ass.
Yeah, so you've already seen them attempting this, this style in the remake form before. Yeah, that sucks, man. That I had no idea that was going on with the game.
Yeah, it's a bummer
because it's good ass mini Zelda.
I kind of just like you mentioned Link Between Worlds a bunch of times. It kind of just makes me want to play Minish Cap and Link Between Worlds.
You can do that. You can,
because Minish Cap fucking rules. Capcom made Zelda game.
Mm-hmm. I don't mean Link Between Worlds is a remake. I'm saying it's emulating a new it's a new game with that style, but like it's
the 2D style.
It's emulating the 2D style with the new presentation, but
Link Between Worlds is like I fucking hate that title because like Japan the Japanese title for that game is just straight up A Link to the Past 2.
Yeah. It's meant to look like A Link to the Past in a modern context, essentially, so yeah.
Like you want to fucking $60 up A Link Between Worlds and fucking throw it on there. Yeah, fuck yeah, as long as the performance is crazy. Like it like you can, well, if you're curious, you can take a look at my fucking stream at any point. I'll even
Switch performance issues are not surprising me though. Like at this
the game doesn't. This is gonna sound mean, but I don't mean it this way because like the game looks pretty. Like it's a very charming looking game, but like there's no fucking reason that this game should run like shit.
Yeah, it's a constant.
There's no fucking reason.
No, it's a constant problem that I feel like has been a thread on Switch releases of things. Has just been like they're not all optimized. They're not running at their best. There's very few versions of I mean anything that's ported down is you're seeing it every time. But like for this, which is like not ported in any way, that makes no sense. It's weird, man.
Like they should have just locked it at 30. They should have just locked it at 30.
And you're playing it docked, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, it's not even like a matter of like, I don't know. I don't fucking know what they're doing.
Yeah, it's a bummer.
Well, I mean, if you do,
game's cool.
If you
wish this version was a better deal.
Yeah, if you do keep playing, it's a good Zelda game, good mini adventure. But that does not.
I got what I wanted out of it. I'm not the biggest Zelda fan. I mean, shit. I can't even like. How many fucking Zelda games have I even finished? I finished Twilight Princess and Breath of the Wild.
Well, we've been over this in bits and pieces, but you're missing that, like, I guess Nintendo childhood attachment to the Smash brands, in a way. You have some of them, but you don't really have all of them or a bunch of them.
Yeah, but even I've played almost every single Zelda game, but I'm not like in love with them.
I don't
view Zelda as the pinnacle.
Right. You've never really cared that much about Zelda. You don't care that much about Metroid. Mario, you've jumped in and out. I mean,
that's not true. I fucking love Mario games.
I don't think
I just hate Sunshine.
Right. Donkey Kong, we've already discussed this.
That's complicated because actually my favorite Donkey Kong games are the arcade games.
I don't believe you have a connection to F-Zero, but I don't remember.
I saw it at a friend's house and went, wow, that's fast!
You probably looked over Earthbound, but didn't really bother.
I should go back to Earthbound because Earthbound's a game that I fucking hated when I played it.
Luigi's Mansion does nothing for you.
And I played Luigi's Mansion 2, and it's fine.
Pokemon's Pokemon.
Pokemon's
in there. Yep, that's what we are. That's fine. Yeah. So, and then there's fucking.
Yeah,
that's
the
go
roster.
Back
to Earthbound because the thing that I hated about it, I changed my mind about. I hated Earthbound because you couldn't see your characters in battle. And I was like, I hate this. And that was like the only thought. And then later I played so many SMT games in which that was the case and got over it. So I should go back.
I mean, dude, like one of my first Nintendo games was Dragon Warrior, and I underlined the word warrior. You know, excuse me. So I got used to that, I think, right away. But you also never, I think, you didn't have any particular attachment to Yoshi's Island, right?
I fucking hate Yoshi's Island.
Yeah, it's one of the banger fucking Nintendo platformers. It's one of the fucking best at rules. So basically,
the problem with Yoshi's Island is I don't like Yoshi.
Yeah. So running
him.
down that list of the Smash 64 roster, we kind of end up in a place where, you know, you have loose lingering care for the Nintendo lineup.
I don't know how we got to the Smash thing when we're talking about Zelda, though.
No, I know. Like, I guess I was just thinking about the part where I was like, you know, come to think of it, like, what you have is that thing I'm talking about. You have that for Sonic and Mega Man, and Castlevania.
Oh yeah,
but a lot of people have it for, I guess, Nintendo stuff, and I was like, oh yeah, there's a bit of a through line here. Like, you didn't really connect with a lot of old school Nintendo.
Yeah, and I had access to a lot of it. I really don't like Yoshi. And so, somebody remembered in the Mario RPG playthrough, me and Liam just shit all over Yoshi for like 20 minutes because fuck Yoshi, he's a piece of shit. It's a fucking freakazoid.
Well, a lot of people
monster eater.
A lot of people see it differently.
I'm like when I would dabble in Super Mario World, I would love to kill him by throwing him in pits because I hate him. There's one of the thoughts that I had when I was streaming Link's Awakening, in which I'm like, this is a really pleasant game. Like, that's not that's my word to describe it. It's like, it's very pleasant. It's very like happy and very like I'm enjoying it. I'm not like excited, but I'm like, yeah.
And you're on an island and kind of discovering this island, and the edges of it is fun. You know, that's a part of it too.
But I've always been kind of confused at like
thoughts on Kirby.
Oh, Kirby's great.
Cool.
I think my favorite Kirby is Kirby 1. But
before he'd even copying powers?
He could copy powers in Kirby 1.
Are you talking okay, you're talking about the NES game. Okay,
that's Kirby 2, right?
The Game Boy game theoretically is your first one, yes.
Like I make fun of you playing Kirby forever cuz like it's too much. But like Kirby's fun. But like I look at Zelda and like I have never let me backtrack. Zelda 1, Link to the Past, and Ocarina are like fucking put it in a museum level games. Like holy shit. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Everything else, it's like from mostly pretty good to really good, with a couple just like this is trash. Like a couple garbage stinks. And like I look at it and like I don't get the like people treat the Zelda franchise like it's like the like God's gift to video games. And it's like, yeah, it's a pretty good series with some real classics in there.
And there it is. Took you a while to get to it, but
I don't think that's that crazy.
Take for the week.
No, I legitimately don't think that's that like there's some incredible games in the Zelda franchise, but there's also some fucking garbage.
Yeah, there's the ones that
Skyward Sword is fucking terrible.
There's the ones
who's gonna fight me.
The ones that people don't talk about.
Like that's why the Zelda series gets to be this mythical super series, because nobody talks about like the 4 or 5 games that are shit.
There's a lot of good ones. Dude. But I think the strength of the strongest entries kind of takes up the most mind space.
Is that how that worked? Because like I made a tweet that everybody got fucking pissy about Resident Evil like last year, in which I described and people thought I was nuts, but I don't think a lot of people saw the second one. But maybe I'm just crazy, where I described that like I don't know how Resident Evil got so big when half or more of all Resident Evil games are straight garbage, are terrible. Now, some of the good ones are some of the greatest games ever, but like when I think Resident Evil, I think of 25 games, 13 of which are fucking terrible. And the what came back to me is that people only think of like the main numbered ones and maybe one or two others.
Yeah, none
of the other ones count.
No one's really going dead aim in their brains. You know,
like, and so when I say Zelda, people literally go, well, Zelda 1, Link to the Past, Majora, Ocarina, Wind Waker, and Breath of the Wild. And that's the Zelda franchise. And Link's Awakening for a lot of people as well. And I'm like, no, those DS games are terrible. Skyward Sword is trash. We can have a whole argument about Zelda 2. It's probably pretty cool, but it is a very different game.
I think in the end, yeah, it's based on how you choose to cherry pick when it's a mixed bag. And I think if you look at the way Sonic is treated, for example, right?
Oh man, that's the best one.
So, what is the Sonic franchise a one that is considered a series of good games? No, but within that list, you immediately almost have to go, let's divide it into 3D and 2D. You can't even start the conversation without putting that wall up because of how varying it is. And because if your averages start to fucking skew heavy if you put the wall up as opposed to like counting it all together. Right?
No, that's not how I count it. I go, fucking Sonic the Hedgehog games suck. And there are some good ones in there. There are like 30 Sonic games. And there are like 5 good ones. Sonic 2,
2, 3,
Sonic
CD,
3, Sonic and Knuckles,
Rush 2,
CD,
Mania.
and Mania. Rush 2 might be in there. I'm not super familiar with
Don't you
Rush
fucking
2.
ignore Rush. Rush is the shit.
But like, you want to talk about a series that is like just dreck? Oh my god. I got Sonic 3D Blast for fucking Christmas, guys.
Generations. Yeah. I didn't play Colors, but I always hear good things about it. I mean, like, there's a lot of these games that you have to go through, and a lot that kind of come and go, and you don't even fully remember. I mean,
remember that part at the end of fucking Sonic Adventure where you beat Chaos, and fucking Tails looks at the camera and goes, all's well that ends well, and then Sonic jumps away into like a fucking 9/11 times 1,000 fucking city with millions dead.
Adventure, I will always maintain that like Adventure has important things that it does that are like super worth it and great.
Yeah, it taught everyone how bad a 3D camera can really be.
While also being a laughable revisit.
Did you know that if you put a fucking orca whale jumping over the camera, you can distract people from how fucking terrible your first level is?
Music.
It's true, you can.
I was gonna say, if I bring up fucking Triple Trouble, I remember my friend had that on his Game Gear back in the day, but I don't know if that was considered a good Sonic game or not.
Those Ghost Game Gear games are terrible. They're real bad. I know, I had the Game Gear, and I was like, fuck you Nintendo nerds. I don't need Pokemon. This Sonic game is in color. And I was like sitting there being miserable, telling myself that it was better because it was in color.
Hey man, never forget about E102. You know?
Oh.
He's
cool.
Yes. That's absolutely one of those things where you go, no, that was good. That was really good.
And then you get to play those Amy missions. Like, everybody makes fun of the fucking Big the Cat missions. Dude, those Amy and Knuckles missions are fucking terrible. Oh my god. Oh. Awful.
So yeah, when you come to look at that Zelda list, you know, I freely admit that I'm like, when I think about Zelda, I definitely think about, you know, the NES. I think about 1, 2. I think about Link to the Past and Ocarina of Time, Wind Waker, Majora's Mask, Breath of the Wild, and Skyward Sword again. But that's where I'm lacking. I didn't finish, but
you're lucky.
But I liked what I played of it, and then Breath of the Wild. So I kind of come out on this thing of like, those are all games I liked, you know, and then handheld. I go into Awakening, Link Between Worlds. Didn't finish Minish Cap. Liked what I started of it. Didn't finish Oracles. Liked what I started of it. Four Swords was great.
You know what's a good action? You know what's a good fucking video game series?
I had fun playing Muso, you know. So basically, like, that's a list of like at least maybe 10 or so games that are like Zelda that were really fun. So in the end, you go, yeah, Zelda games, fuck yeah, you know.
Here's a good example. Like, you know, it's a series that is near and dear to my heart that I feel has the same success rate and quality as Zelda. In that,
Final Fantasy.
No, there's a lot of good ones, but there's some fucking trash in there. It's Castlevania. Castlevania 1 is just as good as Zelda 1. That game's so fucking incredible. And Castlevania 2 is that fucking weird one that kind of sucks. But man, there's a lot of fucking great Castlevania games. And there's a couple just complete pieces of fucking shit. Just holy goddamn hell.
All right, let's do this.
That Castlevania game is fucking terrible.
And then you're talking because there's everything that came like post Symphony with the Igavania style, and then there's the pre. If I'm missing a whole lot of especially early FF context here, right? But I there's through osmosis you catch wind of things. So let's just fucking do it. FF1.
Great.
2.
Terrible.
3.
Awful.
4.
Classic.
5.
Probably my favorite.
6.
But if anyone says that game is anything other than one of the best games of all time, they should be stabbed.
7.
Possibly the most important game ever released.
But you feel?
No, that's the end of it.
8.
Whatever.
9.
Really good.
10.
Really great, and also a technical marvel for the time, and the game that really solidified that even big RPGs can have lots of voice acting.
Goofy shit, though.
Yeah.
11.
It's a pretty solid MMO.
12.
It's good, but it has some problems due to development stuff with Matsuno, but it's overall pretty solid.
13.
Disaster.
All of them.
Disaster.
14.
Disaster times 3. One of the best games I've ever played, and probably the best MMO that's ever been put out there.
Currently. Not, obviously.
Oh, yeah. Currently. Upon release, the biggest disaster ever.
Realm Reborn is a separate product.
Yeah.
15.
It's all right.
Okay.
They should have finished it.
Overall, based on that, sounds like Final Fantasy is a pretty good franchise.
Yeah, except you didn't actually. You skipped about like 30 games.
Oh, yeah. I didn't say Crystal Chronicles. I didn't say My Life as a King. I didn't say Chocobo Dungeon.
Actually, most importantly, you didn't say 10-2.
Yeah.
And you also didn't say Tactics.
Yeah.
But you also didn't talk about the the fucking Secret of Mana games that got fucking ported over as Final Fantasy Legends, and those games are shit. Mystic Quest can go to hell. You didn't talk about World of Final Fantasy, which is a pile of shit for idiots made out of Funko Pops.
But when you run down the list of numbers that most people think about, that's kind of where you land. And I think that informs the feeling, you know?
Talk about Revenant Wings or Advance.
I think any of these major franchises that are tent poles of the video game industry that we're discussing have a life cycle of like mainline games that are mostly good and spin-offs that are mostly trash. You're going to end up with an overall thought that the franchise is considered good because of that.
So I just have one thing to say, because people are taking one particular swipe at my Final Fantasy.
Like, the point is I didn't bring up Dirge of Cerberus or fucking
See, that's the thing. When I talk about a series, I talk about the whole thing.
Right. And I'm talking about
the difference.
I'm talking about the perception. Yeah. My point was I'm talking about the perception.
People just ignore the spin-offs and the bad ones. But I want to make one very thing clear, because I just saw some guy go, I can't believe Pat likes FF15 more than 13. That's crazy. There is more personality in Ignis saying, I've discovered a new recipe, than literally everything in Final Fantasy 13. FF15, despite all of its incredible flaws, has a couple characters that I actually wanted to see talk. I could not care less about the cast of 13. And in an RPG series that is defined by its incredible characterization, that's a problem.
How is that dude with the fro?
He's okay. He's the one character in there that's all right. But he's sidelined horribly.
Damn. Okay.
Like, the fact that he cares about his son is like the only human being thing any character in that game does.
Yeah. Anyway, the point is kind of just like you have this overall perception of the main thing. I was gonna say, like, with 12, I kept hearing that it's like essentially if you made I guess, is it Fran and Balthier?
That's right.
The main characters, instead of what you got, the game would have been excellent.
The 12 has problems, and the problems are you can actually feel like management putting their finger into the pie. And it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy, because the finger is Vaughn. And like, he's not the main character, but he's the one you control. And people are talking and having cutscenes, and he's like, I'm here too. And people are like, shut up. Get out. We don't care about you. It's fucking weird. It's really bizarre. It's also straight up Star Wars. Like, it's
only bizarre if you, like, when you talk about, like, the finger in the pie, as you say, if you don't consider, like, the burden of the Shujinko that must be, like, labored over by every single suit in Square Enix offices. The main character has a lot of fucking weight to their decisions, because it is what you're going to market.
The problem with that is that, like, the Final Fantasy 12 has multiple main characters, and none of them are the one the game tells you is the main character. Like, that's the weird thing.
There's also, I find, like, if you want to take that kind of issue, I assume that, like, it's because the characters that we're describing, Balthier and Fran, are the cool, mature ones that are not insert personality, but actually established people that make rational and believable decisions because they have mature outlooks.
I think the funniest thing is that Balthier and Fran aren't even the main characters, but they're so much more interesting. Is that
they're more compelling.
I would not begrudge you for thinking that. The real main characters are actually Bosch and Ash.
Oh, okay.
Because the plot is about them, and they are the protagonists that initiate change in the story, and it is just straight up about them. And Vaughn is just there. And like I vividly remember Vaughn walking into a cutscene saying something stupid and everyone in the party glaring at him and like almost muttering under their breath like, I fucking hate that you're in this game.
Yeah, video games...
Die, please.
The legacy of video games being controllable, interactive medium that deliver a story to you creates an interesting thing where we've gotten so advanced that we have like games that are like attempting photorealism, but like the idea of how much of a character should a protagonist be outside of your self-insert is still something being discussed and approached in different ways. And we're kind of like, if you write a mechanic for the character to be a template, but also have these little bits that you can insert into, then that's ideal.
Yeah. So Vaughn was like a completely blank slate. That would have been okay, I guess, but he's annoying and shitheaded.
Right. Yeah. You know, so it's so strange because it's like, I think everyone I've ever had any discussions with will always take an example like that and go like, why can't I just play as the person who doesn't have any gaps in their personality, that is just moving as an agent in the story? You know, the quote unquote, the cool one, or even not the cool one, but just the person who's a real person or who behaves like a real person that doesn't have these little gaps for self-insert.
Oh, I wanna fill out some rosters on this, by the way, because people are asking. I'm sure people at home listening to this are wondering. Dissidia, great. Duodecim, great. NT, terrible. Theorhythm, those are pretty good. Those are pretty good.
All the bravest
games. What's that?
All the bravest.
Shut up. Shut your fucking mouth. But you know, the Theatrhythm games are pretty good because if there was a series that could get away with like, hey, let's make our own music game, dude, there's a ton of good ass Final Fantasy music. So, okay. Right? 0, didn't play enough of it to know. 7 Remake's obviously really good. Bravely Default's great. Up until that part. Oh, man.
Tactics
X2 has a cool battle
Ogre.
system. I don't care for its tone. Tactics Ogre, Let Us Cling Together. I mean, that's really just straight up not a Final Fantasy game, but it's pretty good.
Okay.
Crisis Core is totally carried by a semi-decent battle system, and Zack Fair being the most normal person in Final Fantasy literally ever.
But Zack, he's normal, but he's also kind of like dumb gung ho protagonist.
Oh yeah, totally. But when Angeal says, when he asks Angeal, "What's your plan?" and Angeal says, "World domination," and Zack's response is like, "Dude, that's not even funny." Like that is the most real a character has ever been in a Final Fantasy game. Somebody goes, "Shut up, that's stupid."
I was gonna say on that whole protagonist thing that like, it's interesting how like we're finding convoluted solutions to these problems where Cloud, for example, in FF Remake, we had multiple discussions about how nuclear this character is to touch, right?
Oh yeah.
And how they made it work. Thank God.
Yeah.
But
part of the solution is make it so that everybody wants to touch his penis.
But you know that it had to be, but you can see how delicate it is. How fucking it's made on toothpicks that this character works, and that you don't insert anything that he puts out there that is not the memory that I had when I was playing it, says everybody.
Yeah.
You know? So personally, I think the further we get away from that in games, the better. I think like if we can just cut out the middleman character that's a proxy vehicle to the world and just put you inside of the brain of someone who's making decisions and has, again, agency.
I'm sure there'll be a lot of people that like to be inside Cloud's brain.
Sure.
Seeing him make those decisions.
If you had a room...
With their penis is what I'm saying. I'm talking about...
If you had a room full of main characters from various Japanese RPG-style games, some of them would have a lot of personality that they would exert, but a whole lot of them...
And then there'd be the Dragon Quest protagonist.
A whole lot of them would have nothing to say. And if you made a full game out of that roster of these characters, there wouldn't be much, would there? You know, some would be like very lively and have a lot. But oh boy,
you'd have Cloud, Ichiban, Ayabrea, and fucking Christ, even Kiryu and fucking also and Yu Narukami and Joker.
Yu Narukami would be a weirdo putting in his opinions every once in a while, but he would still be
on the other hand,
but he'd still be a quiet like weirdo. And then Minato and Akira would just sit there.
Yeah. And on the other hand, you would have protagonist / hero numbered 1 through 1,000.
You got Chrono sitting there.
Chrono, what's up? Cool, good talk, man.
Yep. Here I am. That me. I got cool hair. Do you like it?
I do. Reminds me of that anime I liked.
Yeah.
Got Fei Fong Wong over in the corner by himself crying about some bullshit. They're all losers. I love them. I love
Vice
them all.
Vice would be fun. Vice would be hanging out and being all enthusiastic. Spunky.
But yeah, no, it's like there's some dynastic series that just even the most like is there like a single like long running like 20+ game series that doesn't have some fucking complete garbage in it?
And you got those
I can't think of it.
Breath of Fire dudes. Anyway.
Yeah, I made Dragon Quarter.
Anyway, I think
don't forget Dragon Quarter.
I won't. I'll be sure not to. But I think it's like you see how you can kind of like throw a dart and like it's 50-50 whether you're gonna land on a walking mannequin or someone real.
Yeah.
And those aren't great numbers, you know?
It's not.
Anyway.
If the character's going to be an active participant in the story, I either want to control every single thing they do down to the detail or literally nothing at all.
And if you have this conversation and it's about a game that someone is really in love with, because I've had this before, where it's like, man, I'm sorry, but that's a mannequin. And it's like, nah, because one time when it mattered in the climax, they had their moment. So they're not that. And it's like, that doesn't... All right.
You know...
It's too close. We can't have this discussion.
It's pretty crazy because I can't think of any type of character in a story that is more of a mannequin than an MMO protagonist. Because they are, by default, malleable into almost anything.
Because they have to be.
And 14 actually de-mannequined your character over time. It's so impressive.
Through dialogue choices?
And non-dialogue choices.
Okay.
Shadowbringers has a pop-off in which your character opens their mouth and speaks with a voice that that is the craziest thing I have ever seen in an MMO.
But is everyone else you're playing with also the protagonist?
Yes.
So they've all said and done that thing.
Yes, but don't worry, it was just you.
Okay. Because there are some great contrivances. Like I said, Cloud Remake is one of them. You know what else is an excellent contrivance for a blank-ass mannequin that then emerges to not be that because you have to roleplay it? Fucking Revan and the Exile.
Yeah, that worked out pretty good. I'm playing that this week.
Incredible. Incredibly handled. You know? Like, I can't take enough hats off to these writers that have to find a way to make, like, Mannequin is actually part of the plot, you see. You know? It's genius when they find their ways to do that.
Man,
but
it's...
Fuck, they have to, but they still have to find a way to do it.
It's pretty crazy. Like, those games are incredible. And like I said, I'm going to be playing KOTOR 2 this week. So I'm excited for that. And it's funny, somebody asked me, like, why am I playing KOTOR 2 now? And the answer was, I actually wanted to play KOTOR 2 in October of 2019. And I mentioned to you, Wooly, I said, hey, I'm going to play KOTOR. Are you playing KOTOR, or you had mentioned it? Because the Star Wars was coming out, the Rise of Skywalker. And I said, are you going to be playing it in the near future? And you were like, ah. And then you played it in March of the next year. Making sure to keep that dreaded SEO optimization away. Just,
you know me.
Just wait for the word Star Wars to just completely leave all conversation before bringing the Star Wars game into the rotation. Just make sure it's gone. Don't want no SEO here.
Well, hey, you know what? It was a great game. I had a good time.
I bet you did.
Coast is clear. Do what you want, buddy.
But then I had all my schedule stuff, and I didn't want to overlap the stuff. So, and now, like, I don't know if you've taken a look at the video game schedule, but oh my god, there's nothing coming out the next couple months.
Yeah, I suppose I could have canceled whatever was happening at the time and just jumped right over. But I like finishing what I start. For the most part, I attempt to.
For the most
part.
All right. Well, that's been pretty much it for me. I don't think I have anything else left to talk about. I'm sure I'll remember something later that I didn't pay attention to in my mind right now, but I can't think of it.
Okay.
You can check out more of my crap over at twitch.tv/PatStaresAt.
All right. So that was a beefy exchange of ideas that creates the majority of your entertaining podcast content. I hope that
it's true.
That is the reason that you enjoy listening, and that as we move on into the news now, it isn't a matter of, you know, like this being the priority, so to speak.
The fuck are you talking about?
It took us 3 hours to get to the news. That's how we do it.
Yeah, fuck it. It's not even a lot of news this week.
Yeah.
There's that NieR cheat code. There's that Cyberpunk thing.
Yeah.
I don't know what the fuck else even happened. All right, let's get to the news. Melty Blood is coming to get us with that Tsukihime remake.
Hey, that's exactly where I was going to start.
Yeah, I knew it.
Tsukihime is back. Shiki is in the field.
Stay away from me.
That casually dressed witch gave him his glasses.
Get away from me, nerds.
He can see the lines, and he's going to cut them. Yeah. Hey, if you were a dumb little kid in a field and a casually dressed witch walked up to you and gave you some glasses, and those glasses would allow you to function, because otherwise you would only be stuck seeing the lines that you cut to kill everything. For example, like a chair. If you slash the lines of a chair, the whole chair falls apart. What would you do?
I don't know, cut people.
Well, if your answer is not start a harem, then you're wrong. But
hey. Okay. That's good too. Wait, how does the ability to cut lines of shit get you puss?
The chair has lines on it, and if you cut those lines, the whole chair falls apart. You have to realize that the lines are the most important thing.
Does that drop panties? What the what?
Well, no, you're a nondescript Japanese student in
you don't have a face
in your high school age.
I'm watching the Tokimeki Memorial thing with Tim.
So naturally, the harem aura is starting to happen around you. But then, though, if you have an alternate version where it's like you have a different last name, then you get more confidence because you're cocky and you can talk more shit and not be as meek.
I can't be more clear when I say that I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Okay. There's a nun. Her name is Ciel.
Got it.
She pulls out a giant pile bunker.
Got it. Cool.
There's a man in a lab coat. His name is NieR Chaos. He's got 666 beasts hidden in his trench coat.
Yeah, he's got the wolf.
And he's got the deep voice. And he's cool.
All right, yeah. Tsukihime is getting remade. Everybody enjoy your visual novel about this shit.
Yeah. I mean, now that they've got all that fucking Fate money, boy, sit tight and wait.
They could finally make something of value, and they decided to remake Tsukihime.
They're remaking Tsukihime, and just you wait, as this is probably going to be the attempt to do all that good old gacha shit, except with this new world, and spin off into every... They're going to retell the story, and then they're probably going to go right into some gacha, and then they're going to probably animate some spin-off stories, some alternate takes. There's likely going to be... Hey, check it out, dude. It's pretty brilliant, right? If you have a franchise, right, and you've got a main character and then a harem of choices to pick from, or at the very least, more than one love interest.
Okay, I gotta ask. You keep saying that. Is that a thing in Tsukihime? Is it a harem anime? What is like?
You got a couple girls to pick from.
Okay.
Right? They all want it. They all want some. They want to get they want to get it. They want to get in on it. Because you can see the lines. And if you can use your dick to cut those lines, then who knows? But if you make a series and then there is a canon version of events where the relationship plays out, you can then go back and animate the alternate take if the main character chose a different love interest. Because the games, a game would let you pick whatever, but if you're animating this, you can go back and fucking choose whatever, so you can animate a different path.
This doesn't seem as interesting as Tokimeki Memorial.
And then you can animate the third. Everyone gets their own pathway, you know. Yeah. So I'm guessing you checked out the Tim Rogers video.
We're about halfway through it.
Cool. I saw the Snatcher. I saw the Snatcher part. It was really good.
That motherfucker is crazy. Did you see why that video is so fucking long? Like the specific reason why it's out of control? So Tim Rogers put up a review of Tokimeki Memorial. To those of you who don't know, it's like the most famous dating game ever because it started like the visual novel dating game genre. But it's never been translated. And at this point, it probably won't be. You got to know Japanese to play it. So as a result, he has included 2 full LPs of the game going for the true ending. Both the first time he played the game, which is a miserable failure, and his 14th run at the game, in which he finally succeeds.
Crazy.
That are
That's
both
awesome.
an hour and a half long.
That's good content.
Just in the middle of the review.
So at some point in the middle of discussing the Tsukihime shit, I was under the impression that the reason why there's multiple Fate anime franchises and movies is because they're animating different love paths that the main character ends up hooking up with.
No, what the fuck are you talking about?
No,
it's all just complete garbage. It's all fucking nonsense.
There's different Fate series, and there's at least a collection.
Oh yeah, this one's like, what if they were idols?
But like there's an original set of ones where it's like each path gets its own. What if he ended up with this girl, and this girl?
Yeah, and
I was trying.
There's one that's like, what if you, the watcher,
sure.
are a pedophile?
So I was just talking about that. I was
you.
just talking about the different paths getting animated. That's literally all I was talking about. And then it's like, what the fuck? Anyway, that's it. Isn't that a thing? I don't know. Whatever. All right. Whatever. Tsukihime is coming back. It's gonna be high budget now, and it is going to be on the PlayStation 4 and the Switch in summer 2021.
Cool.
And yeah, they got that cash now, so it's gonna look better than ever.
Fulfilled our fate quota for the day.
It's Nasuverse. It's not exactly the Fate brand, but it's a part of the connected
Close
thing.
enough.
Hey, Ark's skirt is shorter now, so there's that.
Ooh.
Yep.
Good. Excellent.
Let's see here.
I'm seeing some stupid shit.
Yeah, I know. Bringing up Fate is made lots of mad. I get it.
Oh no, I know not that. I'm seeing what is apparently real shit. This is like,
okay.
Man, this is stupid as shit ever, man. All right.
Yeah.
Moving on.
Well, you're right. It is. There's 3 routes in Fate Stay Night that are the titular one, Unlimited Blade
please.
Works, and Heaven's Feel, all animated. That's all I was trying to. Thank you, Deadlock. That's all I was trying to say.
Elden Ring leaked out information.
That's all I was trying to say. And where did that information come from? A fucking anime watch guide that explains the whole concept and why.
That's not where the Elden Ring animation came from.
No, but it does explain that there's the Pokemon Master, and then there's the Pokemon who are historical figures, and then they come together and they fight for the Holy Grail. That's it. That's it, guys. Relax. Chill. Everybody chill out. Holy Grail. I can't just make a reference to some sort of detail I'm supposed to. That's supposed to be what's going on here. All right. What's this about? What now?
Elden Ring stuff got leaked.
Missed it.
Some guy showed up with some concept arts that are very clearly Elden Ring concept arts, and I don't know how they got a hold of them, and some deets. It's going to be a Norse setting. It'll be Dark Souls, but with a big map. And it's scheduled for 2021.
I'm sorry. You don't often get to see like a critical hit land on an audience of people. Anyway. I missed this leak. Where'd it come from?
Yeah, it just happened. It happened like 2 seconds ago.
Oh, right now while we were talking?
Yeah, December 29th.
Shit, anything to look at?
Yeah, I sent it to you. I sent you the pictures.
Okay. Let's see.
Anyway, point being,
it's got a map. It's got a map.
No, it says that there's a big map as in Game World.
Oh.
There will almost certainly not be a map.
So they're just referring to the map as in the environment.
Yeah, the environs.
Okay, so map has multiple meanings. Don't get confused.
There's also that song Maps. Remember how it goes?
Maps. 2 new concept arts, enemy from the trailer, Norse Celtic setting, similar to Souls, larger map, dynamic weather, time of day cycle. currently in polishing stage, scheduled for 2021. Ooh. Okay. Let's fucking go. Grim. We'll see. Does the tweet doesn't say the source on that though?
No, I believe the tweet is the source.
Who dis?
Some guy, some
Gaming
burner
News
account.
Twitter. All right, well, there's pictures, so that's a little more solid than just a rumor out the winds.
Then nothing.
Yeah. But I remember early on in having some docket items that were based on hearsay, rumors, and otherwise just opinions, and I got roasted for bringing them up, so that I became a lot more stringent about.
But did they have pictures?
Sometimes. But
well,
I've been told a couple times, this is a nothing story. Why'd you even bring it up? And I remember being like, okay, I'll try to do better and not include rumors and hearsay unless it's a little more concrete, I suppose.
I mean, it's not like an important story. I just desperately wanted to get off that Fate shit.
That's cool.
Not Fate. Tsukihime.
Tsukihime. Hey, man. Tsukihime's... Yeah, it's there. It's coming back, and I think you should be excited about that.
Stop it! You stop it! You're doing it again.
I'm excited. I'm happy it's coming back. Ciel's badass.
I hate this.
She rules, dude.
All right, what other news we got?
Some wild ass folks have been figuring out some obscure shit.
I like that.
In particular, for some reason, this has been a heavy week of reverse engineering to discover secrets in games that have been out for a while. So the first that I saw was someone discovered what is likely the final secret of NieR Automata, because Yoko Taro has made reference to the fact that there's one big secret that is still in the game and no one's found it yet. So Dragon on Twitter has found a cheat code that allows you to skip to the last ending immediately after killing the first boss and unlock all the bonus modes. It's an actual hard-coded input cheat code, and it was found through hundreds of hours of reverse engineering.
You jump around and do some beep boops, and the game's just over.
And they've been messing with like debug and all kinds of other shit in the game. It's kind of crazy, but like that is the obtuseness of this code is very, very much indicative, to me at least, of a QA tool within a non-QA build. So when you're testing games, there will often be a point, and here we go, I'm branching into the thing, but there's a point when your build will have all those debug options will be available very easily, very quickly. In a lot of cases, you can just press a quick button or something simple to just access what you need to test whatever you need to in whatever way, right? This seems to be a means of like allowing testers to continue to get what they need to out of QAing the game without relying on while still making the game release candidate worthy, and basically obtusely putting that secret in there so that it's something that the testers can work with. In particular, if you need to make a save file start later in the game or at some point that is beyond the initial progression points, and you don't and you're not allowed to fucking keep your saves between builds, then you're going to need a lot of tools to help you do that stuff.
Yeah, that's a long game.
Yeah. A humongous rookie mistake that constantly leads to people wasting dev time is when a new build comes out and the tester does not delete their saves. They keep their old progress, and then they load up.
Stupid.
They load up their old save. So that's the kind of thing that it makes me think of. That being said, if Yoko is confirming this is in fact one of those secrets, then it's public facing, so it's hard to say definitively, but it's my guess. The video of the character doing it the video of the person inputting it is like it looks like at least, what is it, like 30 seconds of very precise
just like
inputs.
spazzing in a corner.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, that's funny stuff.
Apparently everybody's saying that Yoko Taro confirmed it on the Twitter.
That's the last secret he was referring to.
That is in fact the last one.
Yep, there you go. So that's cool. Then, right on the heels of that, someone came out and announced that after 25 years, they've discovered Shin Akuma is unlockable in the SNES version of Street Fighter Alpha 2.
Are you serious?
Gizaha, a modder, was reverse engineering the game's code in hopes of improving performance, because Street Fighter Alpha 2 on SNES is infamously known as one of the worst running SNES games, but it's also trying to fit something from the next gen onto the last. So
the fact that it can turn on at all is wild.
It's crazy, and the cartridge is hefty. It's one of those beef boys. So Gizaha was trying to mod it to basically improve the performance, and in doing so discovered that you can unlock Shin Akuma if you first beat the arcade mode and get the #1 high score, enter KAJ when prompted, head back to the title screen, plug in a second controller, and hold down L, X, Y, and start on the title screen while the first player navigates and selects Versus. Then when Versus is loaded, go to Akuma and hold start to pick Shin Akuma. Apparently,
how fucked is he?
The same process works in arcade mode, but if you do so, the game kind of bugs out.
Yeah.
So, yeah. 25 years, dude. That shit's crazy. That's crazy. But this is one way to find out those secrets, right? If someone is like straight up looking at the game,
dig deep
by
enough.
digging and reverse engineering it, then yeah, you can't hide any of these obtuse inputs. Third on that list, and it's not really. It's more just like, heads up for everyone out there, if you were interested. A mod team and translation team has completed the full translation of Tengen Toppa Gurren Lagann DS.
Oh, cool.
So it's the only Gurren Lagann game. Apparently, it's not the greatest, but
hell no, it's not.
We never really got to find out too much for ourselves because it was Japan only DS. But now it's been translated, so yeah, we can find out. We can find out what the fuck was going on here, because no one knows about this Gurren Lagann game. I remember bringing it up and going like, "What are we gonna? Is anyone ever gonna find out?"
Somewhere in this house, there's a copy of that somewhere in this house, somewhere in a box.
Mm-hmm. So we'll find out. All I know is the footage initially showed it to be like showed like the underground Lagann only like start of the series kind of stuff. And then they also described the MMO, but like obviously that never took off, so yeah. This might be like those Attack on Titan games prior to the better ones,
No.
Like someone's taking a crack at this franchise, trying to make it work as a game, but then like doesn't really land it, and then unfortunately the right mood and the right genre and the right actions never come to fruition. Like when there was like the 3DS Attack on Titan game that came out where you're just swinging off of the sky, and then you're like, this is your official choice. It's this or that fucking fan game that had real swinging and was really fun.
What you get?
Until they finally figured it out later, you know? So that came out. And then, of course, continuing the mod train, and I want to get the name right, someone reported, Hey, I'm Heroic on Twitter, reported that NPCs in Breath of the Wild use an advanced version of Miis. And when you're modding the game, you can inject your own Miis into the game because effectively the hair, eyes, facial expressions, all that stuff use an advanced system that more or less has almost one-to-one assets that match the same that the Miis have.
That's right, inject your me.
They're called Yumis, I believe. And
it's terrible.
And interestingly, I mean, but that's not a fucking customer facing term. But
it's still terrible.
But like, if excuse me, yeah, if you essentially have a particular combination of facial traits and hair and whatever, they modeled a Breath of the Wild version of all of that, and then they just used it to create all the people in the game.
I mean, that makes sense. It's probably a huge time saver.
It's interesting, right? Because yeah, they get to build off of that an existing, face generation system, and of course, it probably. Like, it would be super cool if there was a character creator, because I fucking love a good character creator anywhere. But the screenshots initially shown have taken the Barrett assets, for example, that came out recently with the Barrett Mii from Smash, and then put a version of Barrett in Breath of the Wild, you know? And then there's Matt from Wii Sports, and then there's the Gunner from Smash, and Alice, the personal Mii of
you can do all sorts of stupid shit with this.
So that's cool. That sounds really cool. I hope that like there's a way to non-painfully play with that, because I like the Breath of the Wild art style, and it'd be fun to see like what you can create with it.
I bet the way to fuck with that is very painful.
Yeah, once the word in the tweet was inject.
Yeah, that's...
You're not going through easy means. No. Injecting code or injecting assets is always like, okay, you didn't just say run. You didn't just say unlock. You didn't, you specifically used the term that implies a couple of fucking steps to backdoor something, So yeah, that's fucking week of mods going on there.
Look at all that shit.
Mm-hmm. Then we got a trailer for Anji-Mito in Strive.
His forehead's really big.
You know what, man? I'm down. I'm okay. I'm digging it.
Yeah.
I like the way
to get over it.
I like the way he looks, and I gotta say that also a big part of I've been researching, obviously, a lot of this shit, and getting every scrap of context for Anji-Mito that I didn't have before makes him a lot more interesting in a couple of ways. But yeah, I dig the redesign. I like how they kind of, kept the theme of like they all went to the mall and got a glow up. So, Angie's looking dope. The dance style is intact. We wait to see what else is going on. But something that I'm curious about, because it's this late in the game, is we're seeing Angie's reveal here. I think instant kills might be just gone.
Oh well.
They didn't talk about them at all early. You know, they said like everything's still being developed back when the first builds were being looked at. But I think IKs are completely gone. It looks like that's just, there's not even a hint of how they would come about, you know?
You know, what I have to say is that now that we're one away from the end, is that Lord Almighty, Arc System Work character trailers are fucking terrible.
Oh yeah, they don't show you shit, dude.
They're the worst.
Like
They're
these
so fucking bad.
Dragon Ball characters are somehow even less than these Guilty Gear ones, because like half of the Dragon Ball trailer is just level 3 cutscene, but
oh my God, it's terrible.
here you effectively get maybe 4 moves, including normals, and then
they start their super.
Then they start their
away.
super. Yeah.
Come on.
No, man, it's not fucking great. And what sucks going doubly with that is usually maybe a day or two later, there's a stream breaking down everything the character does, but it's a stream that not everyone's going to catch, so it's a less hype way of discovering that move list, you know? The whole effect of like, oh, let's tease and keep it under like a minute and 30 seconds is like when you then have to find out through like a less energetic stream reveal, it's you're losing that opportunity. So why not just make a better trailer that shows off all the stuff people are looking for?
No, I don't want to.
And then you can find out the application of those tools in
I want
in
to
the
make a
breakdown
bad
stream.
trailer.
You know? That's the kind of thing that sucks, man, is like there's a hype moment when the character gets revealed, and if there was a second trailer that followed it up to be like, oh, bam, here's all the you know, but there isn't. It's just usually followed up with, well, come check out this, like, you know, 2-hour dive into the character. And I'm sure there's a way to find a happy medium because more people are going to watch that trailer than that long stream, you know? But yeah, anyway, that aside, Angie's glow up is cool, as has been par for the course with the game. And
I am maintaining my Angie sucks
anti-Angie
stance. That's right. Somebody in the chat points out it's weird because the Grand Blue ones are great. That's because the Grand Blue guys are the ones who make those trailers, not Arc System Works.
Mm-hmm.
They literally looked at like internal trailers the Arc guys made, and they're like, no, we're gonna do our characters like this. And they cut their own fucking trailers.
Okay, you know which trailers fucking crush? The Power Rangers Battle for the Grid ones. Because not only do you see the full set, you see the application and the schmixes. The trailer shows you schmixes and schmovement. It shows you characters getting mixed up. It shows you like the dirty ass cross-ups and the traps and the setups with assists. The goddamn fucking Battle for the Grid trailers are the best, man. They have actual tech in them. It's way better, you know? Anyway. I agree. They need to step that up. On that note, of course, we've got... Well, we were talking about NieR earlier, and Yoko Taro and Yosuke Saito are apparently working on 2 new titles. However, Saito is not very enthusiastic about one of them.
Great.
So
super.
This is the kind of shit that we really need. So
these guys are the only ones who can get away with this shit.
It's the best. It's the fucking best. So the duo, the NieR duo here, they're called Yoko Taro and Yosuke Saito, are confirming that they confirmed on the live stream that they're working on 2 new games. Now, according to Saito, he received a proposal from Taro to make a game about a year ago, but he rejected the idea as he strongly felt he would never want to make such a game. But Taro was determined and tried to convince him with an hour-long presentation. While he was not easy to convince, Saito accepted Yoko Taro's proposal as a result, and development of the game was decided. However, even now, 1 year later, Saito admits he's less than enthusiastic about it, stating, "If I could quit, I would."
I love it. I fucking love it. I love it. I fucking love it. I want Saito to do all interviews on that game. So how great's this game, dude? I don't know. I think it sucks, I guess.
He fucking hates it, dude. In addition to the game, Saito is reluctantly working on a separate new title from the two that they mutually agreed upon is also in preparation, and it's planned for the new title is planned for release before the other one.
You know it's gonna be a bunch of bullshit. You know it's gonna be a bunch of crap.
Even now, a year later, if I could quit, I would. Fuck. It's the best. That's, you know, chef's kiss. Reluctant game development. The good kind.
What's a bad example of bad reluctant game development, Wolves?
The kind that ends in a lawsuit that you then have to fight off and hurt yourself in the process.
While you're trying to fix your game.
So, hey, full disclosure, this comes from leaks and rumors. This is a rumor by categorization. Go ahead.
So this is a thread that has showed up on various message boards that should be taken with a grain of salt about the CD Projekt state of affairs. Now, I took the information into this and talked to every source that I have available. Now? What's that, sir, Will?
Are we just saying project now?
Oh, yeah, you're right. I made a mistake.
No, you're not the only one. A lot of people recently I've been hearing talking about this have been saying CD Projekt Red. And I was like, weird. I feel like I was like corrected early on and learned from you guys that it's CD Projekt. So
this series of informations, I spoke to multiple sources that I've been talking to about this stuff, and I got basically that gelled with what they had been hearing, and that it made sense, though they couldn't directly confirm it. So let's put this at grain of salt plus plausible. Right?
Grain of salt and pepper.
This is not... Don't put multiple sources in quotes. I totally talked to multiple people. Anyway. The long and short of it, this is a massive thread, so I'm gonna skim over it.
By all means.
That the studio really believes that in 6 months they can No Man's Sky this shit and turn it all the way around and double the game size and fix all the bugs and just, oh man, it's going to be so great. And one of the reasons why they believe that is because apparently shit was so close to the wire in terms of release date that they hit a point where, hey, there's a save file bug with this quest chain, and the answer came down to just cut the whole quest chain. bug with the way the cops would chase you cut the entire system associated with cops moving at all. Just like everyone on the team telling management, dude, fuck, we can't hit this release date. And management going, no, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. One of the things is like apparently there are like 50,000 lines of completed dialogue that were like thrown on the ground. There's an entire underground sewer/city network that was scrapped that I was able to confirm that at least was a feature, was in the game at one point. Like that didn't come from nowhere.
Okay. Because if any of this turns out to be complete bunk, then you can catch all that on your shoulders. But
absolutely.
No,
absolutely.
But in all seriousness, I feel like the environment we're in, where this is currently on the hot plate getting roasted, is one that is also a festering environment for attention seekers and liars to pop up on
absolutely
fucking 4chan or something and just start, throwing out nonsense because they're reverse engineering problems to create a story about how the visible problem came to be. So you just got to be extra careful in these times,
The main thing, the thing that lends it credence to me is that the weirdest thing that I've been hearing from the people that I've been talking to is the idea, like this was, I was hearing about this last week, which was the idea that a lot of people on the team are literally sitting there going, man, just 6 more months and it'll be the greatest game ever. And this thing comes out and this thing says that, yeah, that second patch 6 months from now, oh man, it's going to be like the game we promised in 2018. And like that weird optimistic flavor is what lends me credence, because I hadn't seen that anywhere else. Does that make any sense?
It does, and it's the type of we ourselves said, oh man, like No Man's Sky, I believe No Man's Sky was used in this post, and No Man's Sky was like something that we literally brought up. But again, it's just, this is the time and place where liars and attention seekers come out and start making up shit. It's not about the plausibility as much as it is just like, can we see it come from elsewhere? Can we get some sort of harder confirmation on it?
Probably not. One of the more interesting things in here is that apparently they're having to have meetings with Sony, who is fucking pissed.
Oh yeah, that's definitely happening.
So pissed.
If you don't have those meetings, your business cannot continue. So, or at least a big chunk of it. So you got to do that.
But yeah, the overall breakdown of this just appears to be that one of the reasons why the game is so fucked up is that management decided that Christmas sales would be worth it, and just everything came down to just it doesn't work right now. Fuck it, just cut it. Just cut it. Like over and over and over and over and over.
Hey, if you're someone that's out there that is or knows someone who has just created bullshit playground rumors on the internet about game news, how did that invisible clout feel? Did it feel good seeing, like...
Tell me about Platinum Weapon and how Aerith came back to life.
Yeah, I'm like, you never got the clout. It never cashed in on you directly. So did you just enjoy watching it happen from the closet? Like, what was, I would love to know how that works. Does it just... does every repost power you up from a distance?
Every time that I've been like... So I spoke to somebody close to it. I never name any names because why the fuck would I name their name so they'd never talk to me again? I get a lot of people that use their air quotes and tell me that I'm making shit up or just completely full of shit. Like, I'm not pulling things out of my ass, guys. I mean, Wooly, you can vouch that people in this business, people just talk to us and tell us shit.
Yeah. I used to
all
talk
the time.
I used to tell you shit when I left the fucking office because I
what
can't.
What are you talking about?
When I, can't wait to get some of that dumb shit off my chest. But no, it's there's people that I've spoken to that are basically like, sure hope this doesn't get out. Like with that energy. But actually though, it's really like, it's a curious thing. I always wonder about, like people that do that, in the same way that I wonder about like people who like edit like quotes together, not in like the funny way, but in the like
mean way.
But just like, let's take a quote from someone who didn't say it and just attribute it to someone else to make a meme and post it on fucking Boomer Facebook or some shit. And like, like there's just these weird things where it's like, you're gonna sit there on Photoshop and waste your time making something up in a form of a meme that just like, what will you enjoy this thing going on without you and causing misinformation? Like, what the fuck is the point of this?
I also feel like my main thing on this isn't even like, I can appreciate the big fakes, like the Smash leaks that had like the fucking photos in the office.
Let's put effort into the troll, right? Yeah,
that's kind of awesome.
The fact that that's there makes like almost a bit more sense, because it's like, well, I'm putting effort into this level of like, haha, gotcha, right? But I mean the ones where it's like, no, there wasn't even that step. It was just a matter of like, I'm gonna pretend to be a source, or something equally like useless that anyone can do. It's fucking baffling, I don't know. Anyway,
I don't know. I find it personally frustrating. It's like, I even seen folks saying like, "But Pat, you made up a bunch of shit." Like, no, I didn't. I never did. What are you talking about?
Just
everything that I've ever come to this podcast and been like, so I spoke to a person, or when I use my big eyeball winks, like, that's all real. Now, some of that stuff may change in the future, and in fact, I think there have been a couple times I have. But I would not lie to you people. That's why you trust me when I say that Banjo-Kazooie is a shit game for babies.
Sometimes your dumb.
Got him.
Sometimes your dumb made up leak threads can come out with the impact of a wet fart and essentially land nowhere on nothing.
The Smash Direct ones are always super funny.
Right? But other times they can come out and change the political landscape of your entire country, depending on how cryptic your fucking your message board leaks are. So who knows? There's a huge gulf of.
It's true.
Yeah. Well, anyway.
The one thing in that whole Cyberpunk Reddit post that needs no confirmation, because it's like no shit, is the person describing how miserable everybody working under people they told them so for years now has to fix the problems that they were not in control of, and can't mouth off to their bosses going, "I fucking told you so, dumbass."
Let's just wait for the photos of Sean Murray on a plane to Poland before we make any moves.
Nah, that's not gonna happen.
What is gonna happen is Harada has announced that he is working on a new project that is single-handedly the most expensive project in Bandai Namco history. I
And
think
it's Tekken 8.
I think honestly this might be the most costly development project in Bandai Namco history. I think it's incredible that the higher ups approved of this. Approval is passed. Well, it's just that due to Corona, we haven't been able to get the proper start on the project. I'm developing things other than fighting games. I don't think I'll ever do any other fighting games other than Tekken, but I won't say what the project is at this point. So it ain't a fighter.
Get excited for what? Just get excited.
Hey man, didn't he wear a bunch of those like Idol Master shirts?
Yeah, it's a love life.
It's a fucking Idol Master.
It's an Idol Master.
He's in there. He that's the passion. I believe it. I believe it.
No, I'm sad.
Whatever happened to Summer Lesson?
It came out.
Yep.
That's what happened.
But what actually happened? You know. We'll see.
People got in there and dripped all over.
They're trusting this man with all the money. All right. Well, let's take some letters.
All right. Hey, you want to send in a letter? Send it into castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com. Don't talk to me about drip. I don't want to talk about it anymore. I already went through that whole shenanigans.
Good.
We're on claps now. We're doing clap. It's like chlamydia, but stylish.
So, sure. Do you?
Yep.
But you got out of there understanding the situation, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Drippy penis is fashionable.
Right now, you've got that drip.
Right now?
Yeah. It's fire. Your fit is hard. It goes hard right now. Real shit.
Okay, let me just try. Let me just ask. So first you're wearing ice, and then your shit is fire, and then the ice melts, and therefore it is drip. Yes?
Sure.
Your clothing is wet, therefore you are cool.
I mean, look, you already have all the tools and apps that allow you to stay up to date on the drops.
That's not true. That's
if
a lie.
you wanted to stay up to date on the drops, you could. You would just need to change it from video cards and consoles to fucking sneakers and Supreme. You are one click away from being a hype beast. All you got to do is redirect.
No, I have a question. When you say Supreme, do you mean like the hot dog?
Yeah, that one. Yeah,
I don't know. How
you have all the shit wired up to be right on top of every drop. You would catch the latest in whatever the fuck you wanted to on your phone. You'd jump on. You could start fucking trading sneakers. You could do whatever you needed to. You just need to redirect it. Because
they're always these
gotta be
fucking
nice.
hideous bright sneakers,
and they gotta be unscuffed, untouched. So you need two pairs. You need one for wearing and one for staring. You just you put them on the shelf and you don't touch them ever. But then you got the walking around pair, and you gotta feel like it's fresh. You know,
like I legitimately don't understand. It's like the brightest, ugliest, biggest sneakers.
Oh yeah, wow. Some of them are fucking stupid ass Swiss cheese trash, like the fucking
like
Yeezy,
those fucking
Yeezy
Kanye
slides,
fucking
the Yeezy slides.
Oh my god, Jesus Lord,
they're garbage, dude.
The fuck is that shit?
Oh yeah, that shit's terrible. You know, but this is what's up, right? And every once in a while, something comes along that's it's all right. there's a lot of limited edition Jordans out there that are like, it's more about what they represent than how actually like nice they are in a way. But then again, you're talking to someone who's like looking for the Swiss Ava crossover shoes to wear, So the fuck do I know?
People saying Urban Dictionary is enough. Urban Dictionary is not enough.
Yeah, fuck those stupid slides. God, they're fucking trash. They're so... Ugh. Anyway. Let us take some letters.
Why do people got to make new words all the time?
Well,
are existing words not good enough?
Because slang and euphemisms are on a treadmill. And as time moves forward, we slide down the treadmill.
Let me try and ask that in a more clear way. It's like the one thing I genuinely don't get is like new word comes out and it means something. It means something new, right? Then a couple years later, a different word comes out that means literally the same thing. It's a complete direct replacement.
But it's being used by a different generation of people.
You'll just use the same old shit.
But there are different generation of people that are doing their own thing. And their own trendsetters and their own groups and their own quote-unquote influencers, which exist now.
99% of the words we're using is being used by people like 100 years ago.
Yeah, but you're talking about slang specifically. And the same way that it evolves in every other context, it evolves here. And in particular, the music that you're not listening to, the new music, will also have... people that are lyrically doing things that are introducing new words to the lexicon. So something that is a vernacular for a specific area of a specific state or country can then travel and become international, but it slowly spreads out. And by the time it spreads out to maximum saturation, inside the circle, they've already moved on to something else, essentially.
All right, so new words are being made by shitty musicians who don't know how to rhyme the old words. Got it.
Not always shitty. Some of them are sometimes they're fucking dope,
Who don't know how to rhyme the old words. So they just make a new word and say, yeah, look, I rhymed it.
Usage of the word doesn't determine the quality of the music.
We should just have no words in music anymore. All throat singing.
I look forward to the gradual and eventual adoption of all the new words that you're currently squinting at, as they get used so often and so constantly that you would be failing to communicate effectively if you didn't use them.
You're right, Wooly. I've never failed to communicate effectively.
I look forward to your unironic usage of deadass. I wait.
I said that like 3-4 years ago.
With bated breath.
What do you mean wait for it? Like I literally don't know what you're talking about. Blank ass. You can do anything in there. The ass is the operative word.
It's a different flavor. Let's take some letters.
Are these letters based?
Some of them are. Some of them are cringe.
I still don't get it. It's about cocaine. I don't know.
Are you trying to find out about Lil B?
No, I found out about it like 10 times and I still don't get it.
Okay.
Because like the origin of based is in like the change of it used to be a negative term and now Lil B said, "No, man, I'm going to make it positive." Except I don't understand the original negative term either. Based off of what?
Honestly, you're fine. No cap.
I legitimately hate this so much. Wooly in particular, you guys don't know this. Wooly in particular has had a really fun game over like the past 15 years of just saying a bunch of shit that he knows I won't understand. And then if I have the audacity to just ask him, he'll explain it to me in more language I don't understand and then giggle to himself. It's the most infuriating shit ever.
That's castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com. Got one here coming in from Adam says, "Hey guys, how's it going? Hearing your story the other day about the living dead reminded me that when I was young, probably about 7 or so, my older brother and I watched it. It was one of the only horror movies I ever saw at that age that actually freaked me out and gave me nightmares. Then a week or so later, when I was trying to sleep one night, there was a lot of dogs barking in the neighborhood, and my brother, knowing full well about my nightmares, said to me, 'You know that dogs bark at nighttime because there's zombies walking about, right?'
Oh my god.
Well, good night." As you could imagine, what a fuckstick. I freaked out even more. Have you been trolled in that sort of way? I mean, you've told an infamous one many times.
Which one was that?
Street Fighter inputs.
Oh yeah, but no, like very similar to this is like my brother, after we watched Alien or something, told me that an alien was going to come into my bedroom that night and peel off my skin by the cubic centimeter, and that it would take me hours to die, and it scared the shit out of me, and he got grounded. Because my brother's a fucking piece of shit.
We got one here from Peter. Says they're checking fuckface in the morning. Recently, I was watching a pass through of Half-Life Alyx, and something was bugging me. When Alex would reload, she'd count the ammo she had left. 4 shells, 2 shells. I'm out. I was trying to figure out why it sounded so familiar, and then it dawned on me that's because Jurassic Park Trespasser dealt with not having a HUD the same way. Your boob tattoo and the character saying the ammo count out loud. Awkward things about the game, the flirting torso, the weird controlling arm. There are all things that worked terribly with a mouse and keyboard, but amazingly with VR. The game was rightfully criticized as being clunky. I know I played it, but I'd argue that it was also ahead of its time because it would make it an amazing VR game.
You only have one arm in Trespasser.
That is a valid-ass presentation of a point, though.
Yeah, you're right.
The comparison between those two and Trespasser just being a bit ahead of its time with an easier method of having that level of control.
Yeah, look at your boobs. That'll tell you your health.
If you could naturally do all the things it wanted you to do instead of having to hold 5 keys to grip and pull the trigger, then yeah, this definitely could have worked, you know? But it was ahead of its time implies that, like, it successfully communicated the idea. In this case, Trespasser's problem is that it doesn't successfully communicate the idea, you know? But, like, because they didn't have the interface and the inputs to make that shit work out. But, like, with tweaking, it could have been something very interesting. Yeah, I'll give him that.
But VR is also bad.
No, there's some fun. VR.
Nah, I got over it. The
Doesn't
gimmick
matter.
is over.
That's good for you. There's still some good VR out there.
You all
James
get over it soon.
Says, we'll see. Probably not. James says, "Dear CSB, I was rewatching the DMC, and you guys got into a small discussion about testing and removing features due to limited time. And Pat very quickly mentioned his favorite example was remove all red cars. I tried to find more details, and people on the Reddit could only say it was some X-Men game, but that's all I found. What is this game, and why the hell do they have to remove all red cars?"
Well, Wally, it's actually not my story at all.
Yeah, so he was quoting
It's yours.
a story I told him about. Basically, back in the days, QA working on mobile games, right? The fun that was the mobile department. There's a lot. Every problem you would see on AAA console development, you would see in a microcosm, fast forwarded by about 100 speed, taking place in mobile game development, because mobile games have that much less money, that much less time, and that much less shits to give about every bug that you support or that you write up and submit. So all of the attitudes of like really annoyed developers would just be highly exacerbated on mobile games, because the people making those super don't have any passion for the work that they're doing. It's just, every once in a while you'd find someone out there doing something that was like, okay, you actually really thought about this. Like 300 on smartphones was like, you're just controlling a phalanx and moving it in different directions from essentially whatchamacallit, I forgot the genre, but the enemies that just walk on screen on a pathway or whatever. But the point is like, that was like, oh yeah, you kind of thought about how this would be fun in this kind of way. But a lot of mobile games are trash. So this one in particular was one where it was a shitty racing game, and the story as told from my roommate on the project was effectively that they found an issue happening when this car was used in a particular stage, and then they thought it was isolated to just this stage, and they tried to fix it, and then it happened on another car in a different context, and then they're like, okay, wait, we thought it was just this car, this stage, and then in this different context, this different thing. And the only commonality was effectively that it was a red car, and they basically got to a point where after trying 2, maybe 3 times to fix this bug, they gave up and just said, fuck it, remove all red cars from the game as their fix. And it's kind of related to the example Pat just gave about killing the police missions, right?
Yeah, just take them out. Fuck it, no time.
When you have,
get it out of there.
When you have someone that is trying to fix a bug and they can't figure out within one step what the problem was, and they don't give a fuck, grab the folder of the problem and go up by 2 more folders and press delete.
Delete.
Like, broad category, the bug can't have escaped this wide out. Let's just clear all this shit. Who gives a fuck? Ship it.
It's dead now. It's dead.
Send back the bug with a picture of a boat crossing the horizon. Fucking ship it. Here is one coming in. Piton says, Dear Virgil and Dante, I went through my 3DS collection recently and I saw a hidden gem on the system I have. It's called Shinobi. It's the latest, I think, in Sega's Shinobi series, and there was a Nintendo Power ad for it, so I thought I'd give it a try, and it's a great game. Plays very differently to the Genesis, and it's very tough. It's a 3DS hidden gem. Anyway, there's a level that's a whole big reference to the Afterburner series. You fight through an aircraft carrier and end up fighting jetpack ninjas on the back of a futuristic Tomcat while the Afterburner theme plays. Do you know other games that have references like this? Yeah, Bayonetta.
Yeah, Bayonetta 1 and 2 are just non-stop. It's fucking out of control.
Yeah. Also, that hidden gem's a little... it sounds like you missed out on the fact that it was actually based on the Shinobi reboot. So there's the old Shinobi games, but between that and the 3DS one, there was the Shinobi 2002 reboot that was on PlayStation. And it was, same model, long flowing scarf, running on walls with a scarf that was like longer than the character himself type of thing. And I remember it being like sort of a direct comparison point or contemporary to Ninja Gaiden coming back at the time. Because Shinobi was the other classic franchise. So yeah. And then of course,
I'm looking at it now, big long red scarf.
Yeah. The scarf tech is the most notable detail about it that I can recall. But yes. And last one here we'll take from X. Says Dr. Willie and Pat Clover. With One Piece reaching 1,000 chapters this week, I'm interested in the second oldest series, discounting Hunter x Hunter, in Weekly Shonen, is My Hero Academia. And now that more than half of the current series in the magazine has started serialization in 2020, it's obvious that a new generation is starting. My question is, how do you tend to approach these new generations of media? Are you interested in them and check them out, or do you tend to stay away? Is there a brand or medium that you still associate with a particular old generation, even though it hasn't been that way for ages?
Don't really understand.
So Shonen Jump is basically now about half of the run is new stuff from last year.
Okay.
The classic Jump era, Jump Force era, I should say, is starting to move on. Mm-hmm. I guess, honestly,
I don't associate any particular manga with anything other than itself.
Yeah, so that's, I mean, if you're reading through the collection in that way, then I think, you're one of the people that is like following up on like seasons of things in that way, as opposed to just the isolated work. Some people do that. I talked about doing that back in college, but it takes way too much effort as time goes on to keep up with stuff that you're not particularly captivated by. So the overabundance of media and the fact that like everything is exponential, the list grows exponentially from year to year, means there will never be a way to catch up on everything that you thought was quality. So you might as well start taking the razor to your list and only spending your time with the things that you know are worth it.
Yeah, that's about right. Like, I've been hearing good things about Chainsaw Man, but I'm not gonna like fucking check out Jump every week. I'm just gonna read all of Chainsaw Man that exists and then forget about it for 2 years.
Yeah, no.
And then someone will be like, dude, Chainsaw Man's really crazy right now. I'll be like, okay, and then read all of Chainsaw Man.
At least 5
forget
people
about it for 2 years.
At least 5 people in real life have looked me in the face and said, dude, you would really be into Psycho-Pass. You should read that. And I was like, okay. And, you know, word of mouth is a decent way to, like, if you're trusting in the recommendations that people are making, is a good way to choose. But, yeah, the whole keeping up with the full season or the full magazine or the full whatever is like,
no, man.
Those days are gone. Those days are gone. There's just way too much.
I don't think it's a particularly good way to consume that type of media.
Mm-hmm. I don't think it's the best use of your time either.
Nah, man.
But then again, you know, we're coming from a time when we were growing up, and then, like, you know, in those like high school years, like anime was becoming a large mainstream avenue of like it was becoming commercial. Prior to that, it was like pick and choose, grab what you can, you know. So like it wasn't as hard to keep on top of things that you didn't necessarily feel you weren't fully invested in, because there was just a whole lot less of it, or at the very least a whole lot less of it was being translated, you know. It's hard to describe just like what effectively is, you know, the exponential growth of like the list of things to read or recommendations coming in and stuff and so on.
Oh, it's infinite. I mean, I started talking about that earlier. There's just too much.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, shit. Like, you see that new Evangelion trailer?
No.
Okay, well, there's a new Evangelion trailer.
Mm-hmm.
And in that Evangelion trailer, there's a single, like, I don't want to say 12-frame shot of a character wearing winter clothing and exhaling misted cold breath. And I'm like, you fucking pieces of shit. I have to read the whole fucking manga now? God damn it! God damn it! They're putting manga shit in the movies now.
Yeah. So.
And that's something I already know.
Either that or choose not to care.
Oh, that's not an option. That's never been an option.
Clearly. Yeah. No. It's insane. And you know, the person making the recommendation, of course, you're never necessarily seeing all the things that they didn't spend their time on that they're missing out on. You know, you're never like, we're all incomplete. We're all missing classics. We're all doing our best to stay afloat of what we can.
I never beat Super Mario World. I mean, that's outrageous.
We all have blind sides, and like no one gets to no one reveals what they're missing out on. It's just a part of what it is, you know. Yeah. That backloggery site back in the day.
Oh, I punched everything in, looked at it, and then never went back.
Ever. And I made it stylish.
Fuck that.
They gave me the backloggery of the day, one of the early ones, you know. I was very happy with it, and then
it.
Fucking never. That was the end of it. That being said, though, I do like, there are people that I know, like Shmup Got Pat, who just actually works his way through. And
yeah, that's crazy.
But like, he makes it a pride to like get through 100 games all platinumed, you know, or something like that.
I can't do that because I'm too fickle. Like, if I'll be like, I'm supposed to play this game today, but I don't feel like it, I just won't do it.
Yeah, it's also something where it's like, if you're going to like if that's your hobby, if that's your spare time in a way, it's a little bit different from like doing it partially for personal and partially for stream purposes.
Yeah,
we have a unique kind of thing going on there.
It's a whole fucking thing.
Yeah. Add another good point.
I'm hungry.
That's fine.
I'm hungry. I'm gonna go eat food now.
All right.
You all have a good rest of your week. I hope you all enjoyed this podcast. If not, well, hopefully you can figure out how to open up a can of beans.
I got an idea for a title.
What's that?
Yeah, wait and see.
Oh no. Okay. Tell me in the thing after.